to you, ladies and gentlemen. The commission members, we have Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh, chairman for the commission. Shall we applaud him? Oh, bon sem kasiye. Next is Dr. Rena Akumprigia, secretary. Followed by Mrs. Charlotte Osei, member. Then we have Justice Sophia Adinyira, member. We also have Dr. Essie Ansa, member. We have Dr. Godwin Jokoto, member. Followed Alaji Tanku Amidu, member. And Professor Kwame Kakari, member. Thank you so much. We also have His Royal Majesty, Osiadeyo Dr. Frimpong Mansu IV, Omahin of Achim Kotoku, and member of Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. We also have in our midst the Chief Controller of the region, the Commander-in-Chief of the region, in the person of Honorable Mame Akosua Ejei Awati, the Eastern Regional Minister. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will invite Professor H. Kwesi Kakari to give us the opening remarks for this very important program. Shall we welcome him with a big round of applause?
We'll just start. So. The Honorable Regional Minister, Nana Achim Kotoku Mahim, heads of departments in the region, heads of security services in the region, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this zonal public engagement for the Eastern region, which is being held here in Koforidua. I think the moderator already made some remarks in Chi, giving a summary of the purpose of this. So this committee is an 8-member committee set up by His Excellency the President to continue and bring finality to a process that began, as the moderator indicated, in 2010. And as some of you may recall, there was a Constitution Review Commission that was set up at that time by the late President Atta Mills, whose report, the report of which committee was submitted at the end of December 2011. That committee's work constitutes one of the primary documents for this committee, and we have been charged by His Excellency the President to continue that process, re-engage Ghanaians, and make recommendations for appropriate changes to the Constitution of Ghana. So this is the mandate of the Commission. We are supposed to meet with and have conversations across the country with a cross-section of the Ghanaian community and factor in their views and concerns and perspectives in a report that we are supposed to submit to the government to begin a process of constitutional amendments. Since the inauguration of the committee at the end of January 2025, we have held a number of meetings and engagements across the country and with various organizations, institutions, individuals, office holders across Ghana. 2 weeks ago, we began our series of zonal public engagements, starting from Bolgatanga, then made our way down to Tamale, then went to the upper west in Wa, and today this is our fourth zonal public engagement here in Koforidua. Before these zonal public engagements, we had wide-ranging engagements over 2.5 months with a number of citizen groups, officials, mainly in Accra. So we've had what we call thematic stakeholder engagements. The Constitution falls into various themes. So we've taken each of those themes, broad themes, and then we have engaged institutions, CSOs, academics, experts, officials who work in these areas. So we've had conversations around local government and decentralization, natural resources, anti-corruption, rights, gender, the youth. We've met security, we've had conversations around the security services, independent constitutional bodies, all of those issues. And then, in addition to the thematic engagements, we also have met Ghanaians in their various interest groups. So we've met professional bodies and academia. We've met security services, the police, immigration, fire service. We've had meetings with all of them. We've had meetings with the media as a profession and as an industry. We have meetings with the private sector and organized labor. And we've had meetings with the faith community, clergy, representing the diversity of faiths that we have in Ghana. I think the only outstanding interest group that we haven't met yet is the National House of Chiefs, but we've met various chiefs in different places. So we have a meeting that is going to be held in Kumasi at the headquarters of the National House of Chiefs sometime in July. And then finally, we've also met a group of people we call eminent persons. These are persons who have actually operated the Constitution from a very high office. So we've met the president. We had a conversation with him about his views on the Constitution, his experiences, what he wants to see. We've met former President Koforidua at his home on the same issue. We've met former President Nana Akufo-Addo. We've met former Vice President Bawumia. We've met former Speaker Okwe, current Speaker Bagbing, those people who have really been the implementers directly at a very high level of the Constitution. We've met former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu, and on and on and on. Right? But this is the public engagement. And here we don't, subject matter is not restricted. In our thematic engagements, we have usually focused on particular themes. So if we're discussing anti-corruption, we invite all of the organizations that work in that area, and we want to know their more or less insider or expert opinion. If we're working on elections, we invite those who have experience in the area, and then we want to know their expert views on it. But in the public competition, there is no restriction. Everything is on the table. You can discuss whatever it is that you want. So what we're trying to do here is gather. So if you think there's a problem, and you don't have to be an expert in the Constitution, if you think there is a problem in the way this country is governed, in the way the politics is run, in the way our democracy is going, and you think that the solution might be to make some changes in the Constitution, you are welcome to speak your mind. So if there is a problem and you think the Constitution can solve it, even if you get it wrong, maybe it's not a constitutional problem, but don't worry, just speak your mind. On the other hand, if you think the problem is in the Constitution itself, because sometimes the Constitution may be a problem and you want us to fix it, you are also free to speak your mind. So it's wide open, don't feel restricted. And as the moderator already indicated, you can speak in the language that is most convenient for you, and we will find somebody. I thought you said there was a sign language person, but I don't see that person. Is there somebody? Right. We have provision for all of that. So feel comfortable speaking the language that you're most comfortable in, and then we will open the floor from here on. These are just opening remarks. The moderator will call on you. However he approaches it, we'll leave it to him. He's an expert in this business, so he should know how to handle the proceedings. And then maybe we'll take a number of contributions first, then we'll pause, and we'll get feedback from the table, the committee, and then we'll go again and again. I mean, so we're going to be talking until 2 p.m. or thereabouts when we break and close for lunch. Thank you.
Bonsem Kassie. Anopano me no kasai. Se Oman Ghana yetia ye. Se bribia no ye nya kwanya e me ye kire ya adwen. Se de oman no eko eni se de mrapon no esie. 2010 ye nya kwanya yi. Nyamia yadom. Ya se nya kwanya ni bio. Yewura Professor H. Kwesi Prempe ni kase mo no. O si se adwumadi omo ni mpanifo bebre hia ni kuo ahodo bebre hia. Ye mpense mu adwenkyere bebre. Na sabe adwene nyansa ni ba akufo tirimu nti na yeduru ha. Sede oman no befa ne ntama pa afra ne konanim. Sede enko yese ye gya obi wa akire nka ono kura ka okan ne de na ka ye yie o. Ye nyina enne ya base ye ba behiem ni ato adwene mrapon ye constitution e bia ha commission ka momi anhwa ha ye ni se ya nka yo ka beboa ana ha yemfa we nhyeho ana yenyi we mfiri ha na yenye ni sei omani kan konti o emra ne de ye maga na 40 memfo se yemfa mobra na omani ko nanim na enyini no na ehu akohia se esese yetimi ye nsakira ye kakra nti Ebeneza bebi enyamidi abedoni ye da mpanifo ase se mama ye sa akonye yewura ye ma omoni yo yewura kasa bebre ye da nase ye manimu sabri the Honorable Eastern Regional Minister Mame Rita Akosi Ejeyi Awati ewo yentem ahobrasiem eni ni die mu me to nsa frɛ no na ono so eni yakasa bra wo bɛyi bɔ nsɛm kɛseɛ pa.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. The chairman for the Constitutional Review Committee Professor Kwesi Prempeh, the Secretary, Dr. Rene Akumbirije. I can't mention the name, sorry, forgive me. We have these very important people here in our midst. Mrs. Charlotte Hosey, Madam, it's an opportunity to once see you physically. Justice Sophia Edinyere, Mama, you are welcome here. Dr. A.C. Ansa, you are here, you are welcome. Dr. Godwin Jokoto, you are here. Alaji Tanko is also here. And Professor Kwame Karikari, who is also a member, is here. Nananom here present, a very beautiful morning. The clergy, thank you for the other day. Honorable Municipal Chief Executive here present. Members of the Constitutional Review Committee, honorable members of Parliament present, reps of civil society, friends from the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council and the good people of the Eastern Region, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to this very important zonal public engagement. I thank you for your presence, which reflects the collective commitment we share in strengthening the foundation of our democracy and advancing the rights, responsibilities, and aspirations of our people. This forum, convened under the auspices of the Constitution Review Committee, forms part of a broader national effort to review and refine the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. The decision by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, to initiate this review process and establish the Constitution Review Committee is a testament to government's commitment to inclusive, participatory, and forward-looking constitutional reform. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 1992 Constitution ushered in the Fourth Republic, laying the foundation for what has become the longest period of democratic stability in our nation's history. Over the 3 decades, this Constitution has safeguarded our fundamental human rights, facilitated peaceful political transitions, and anchored our institutions. However, our societies evolve, so must our foundational legal framework. Nananom, the clergy, the Constitution itself affirms in Article 1 that the sovereignty of Ghana resides in the people of Ghana, in whose name and for whose welfare the powers of government are to be exercised. Chairman and committee members, this principle underscores the relevance and importance of today's engagement, an opportunity for Ghanaians from all walks of life to contribute meaningfully to the shaping of a constitution that reflects both our collective experiences and our aspirations for the future. This gathering, therefore, marks a pivotal moment in our democratic journey, a moment to reflect, to listen, and engage constructively in reviewing the supreme law that governs our nation. The Constitution is not merely a legal document. It is the living embodiment of our national identity, our values, our vision for the future. Mr. Chairman, today's forum is more than a meeting. It is a platform for voices from across our region, academics, youth, professionals, the clergy, traditional authorities, the marginalized, the underrepresented, to be heard. It is through this inclusive deliberation that we deepen consensus, reinforce legitimacy, and enhance national unity. I therefore urge all participants to approach the deliberation ahead with open minds, mutual respect, and unwavering focus on national interests. Let us embrace inclusivity, ensure transparency, and actively listen to voices of women, youth, minority groups, marginalized communities, whose living experience must help shape the outcomes of this review. I must also commend the Constitutional Review Committee for its unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, civic inclusion. As the regional minister, I assure you of my full support in ensuring the success of this engagement. Let us approach today's discussion not with any diversity, any division, but with conviction, honesty, and a deep sense of patriotism. Let us think not only of our current generation, but also generations to come. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to this all-important forum. May our effort be guided by wisdom, courage, and shared commitment to a common good. May our discussions be fruitful, insightful, our disagreement be constructive, and our consensus be enduring. Thank you, and may God continue to bless our homeland, Ghana, and bless our beautiful region. God bless us all.
The Honorable Eastern Regional Minister, Honorable Mame Rita Akusi J. Awati, Yada was a papa, and some of what they are to Jano, a mudo, ne quechiriso. Nin Samuni Baby, any chairman, diano, a copepe. Na minkanina muano. What's the edikan or the nchie mu odru efi na tena ye Eastern Regional Coordinating Council edi maye nyina sa maye nyina kwaba na dwumadie die o se eye na huhia na yade ebeboa se ye nyina toato adwene na obi a kire na adwen a eno na ebetimi amaya koyenim na de ye hwehwe se oman beye no etimi ayesa nti ye nadwumadie ye nyina ye momoden se ye be kire ya adwen ni ya hwe ama bibie etimi atoto yi na ye ba ne sade a na te se aye papa e de amaye ti oso da mu nyina ase oda mpanifo wo opportunity ase se musu manya bre na maba epuwe mantem ahin Koforidua na mato aprankure biara obia wa ha adwadifo wa ha adriverfo wa ha teacherfo wa ha bambofo wa ha ye nuanu mozremifo wa ha na nanum atrankonwa e wa ha obia bi wa ha ene na kire se Ghana ya man yosem kabimami kabi no edimu ekwakire na beboa soso e se ye nyina etimi kire ya adwen a ena de ya hwehwe no ye betimi enya na aboa nti o se o ma ye nyina akwa aba eda ye nyina ase mumfa nsembo bi ufama no Honorable Regional Minister, Nananom, your papa masofo, and ye nuani mo nyina ye hye ha. Ye bie kwanyatum. Constitution mrapon a ye di bu ye men. Baby a eye wa dwen se, wo eye wa dwen se. Ye nsakra ho no. Ebre na so, edon ni brini nie. Wenya kwenya no nti sebe kire wadwen se bia ha kiye ni se ya kebeboa kebeye o mpanimfo article we clause we menya lawyer umpamcho article we clause and so nka ye di we ka ho ana ye yi we free mi ne ye ni se ya kebeboa dia wunim a wohwa yemfa nka ho yenyin firim kyerɛ wadwe ye review tese ye hwemu biewu ni ya hwɛ de beboa yen ni yayo kasa bia pesa woka ye bemu akwanya obeka igbewu obeka pepewu obeka nkran obeka mfanti obeka twi obeka dagboma obeka risa ya ya aboa woka muslim a ye wo de obekira se woka igba de obekira se wo ho ni nyina ya ya aboa nti sabre woka pepe kasa to na go di assalamu alaikum mesre dwumadie no bɛkɔ wano nti mesre chairman ke yefa first 5 and 10 pamcho ye befa 10 omo kasa wi a na mpanimfoɔ mama yen ni yasan another batch na ye koyenim nti ka pacho mesre se a first 10 emra 5 year first 10 alaj brawanim 5 so ngwa ha ye besa fa bi unti empre wo ho 5 year hello pacho officer pacho na bebia ufiri ubetimi dia tudwa na fe ode wasem na to aso
Good morning. My name is Ekuya Santoa Majisi. We started this program, unfortunately, without a prayer. But if you look at our constitution, it gives us, we the people of Ghana, in the name of the Almighty God. We have our traditional representatives here, we have the Muslim community here, and we have our Christian community here. And Ghana is a secular state. So if we may, pause, pray, and continue. Thank you very much. Anybody transfer the spirits?
Bishop Dr. Breckran, Chairman, Local Council of Churches, please, permission.
Amen. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Within meeting, gratitude to commit this program into your hands. We ask that mighty God, you chair this function from the beginning to the end. Be with us in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Bishop Dr. Michael Breckran, Chairman, Local Council of Churches, Koforidua. Officer, mention name.
Thank you very much. I'm due to Amos Kakuchi. I'm due to Amos Kakuchi. Municipal Fire Commander, Asaman Kese. I am DO2 Amos Kakuchi, Municipal Fire Commander, Asaman Kese Fire Station. Major existing protocol now, my proposal. I am looking at Article 83. Article 83. Amend the National Security Council composition to include the GNFS or a representation from the service because of the critical role in the area of national security and emergency response. Number one, the funding and resources. Consider the provisions for funding and resource allocation to support the GNFS operations and activities. I'm looking at Article 78, appointment of ministers, separation of powers, eliminate the practice of appointing ministers from Parliament to ensure effective separation of powers and checks and balances. I'm also looking at the provision relating to immunity. That is Article 115, 116, 117, 118, 119. Limiting immunity for public officials, including members of Parliament, to promote accountability and transparency. What I mean by this is define specific circumstances for immunity, clearly outline the specific situations in which MP can claim immunity, such as when attending parliamentary proceeding, traveling to or from Parliament, or participating in official parliamentary business. Narrow down immunity scope. Limit the scope of immunity to only cover official parliamentary activities, excluding personal or non-parliamentary activities. Then I'm also looking at waiver of immunity. Introduce provisions that allow for the waiver of immunity in specific circumstances, such as when an MP is accused of a serious crime or corruptions. Thank you very much.
Person Alaji, stand where you are.
Efreme Ibrahim Gani Debra, Federation of Muslims Women Association, Ghana. Me pesa me ka ho asem ba ko a yenyina wo se yete ase ni security, internal security. Ahobombo a yenya e wo se yebo ma ye ho e wo ha. Sabe me nana e ka asem betum atrim e se enka ntete no se utu kwan free ukurom e besoe ekuro foforo so a 1 ife na wo kosua mu no e wo se ife wura e so wo nsa na wo kɔ ahemfie adan ebia no nipa no wani bone ewo ni kurom ene wadwane aba ekrom enti efiewura no wasi ufie de but oboa amamna ya amamna e so hoho ne nsa na de no kwa hemfie enti waso hoho ne nsa na de na kwa hemfie no ohene bebusa wo se ohoho ehefa na wofi na hoho na bo se ebia mefiri achimoda na efie be na ofiri oso mefiri ebia opani kwasi mensa fie enton be na abo so mi bo enton asumasi o kan ni nyina no ohene na chia me for net no no mutie wasam na o kan no ada no mbegu sa ebia no hoho na waba no wadi ewu oni kurom ena wadwane aba unim ena waje na atena ho enti mo ba manye ni nyina no na na se yo wate eja mensa fa hoho no ko wufie afe na nana betu na achia me amana ko as ayi baby hoho ni fi hoho no kwa ochia me kwa onkwa busuan fi o okwa ohin na owo kro nu wo no nchen akoko sase o nana sumasi na suma me na ne kwa ne se o ohoho bi abesue no ne yetoto ohoho na no no ohoho ne se o ebia ofiri ikromu ha ebia na ohoho no wadi awuo ene wadwane abete ho no mo aso me kase ate enti osi o nana woni sisia o wakoko obi onwura mu wadwane to nana suma ohoho ohia me amana ko nana nkyeye o eti nana ohia me ba o sako hu nana gaje se nana asam ohoho osasame na ohoho se ohoho no obeso ma me akum sumasi nu wadi ewuo sa wo ohoho nu si afo wacha kogusa wase o mami asumasi ohoho ne yehia no yachi ohoho ne so osumase yesrew na nase yemfa nko kurom eti ohen ne ohoho no saa no na ohoho no odi oni kromani no odi bo na odwane ko kro no so no ohen no asam ya de naba like say to me no e dia mahemfo mi tu kwanko gini konakri mi kodru gini konakri pepepe fia me koso yem pepepe pa ade achi na chef kati osiyanko ayo efiewro osiyanko chef kati ho kri yakwa ye de pepa to me nchen wo ye Ghana ni ai pepa no ma medin wo papa din wo nuanom ya he Ghana afri kuro ben so Ghana afri nton ben so ana me busa na we de afri o se he kwa me nkroma na ebe kire secretary internal security se na be ya wusi ufie kura na hoho bi oti ufie bia no chef kate asa samere man no onim hoho no ba bia wofiri eyesa na na abambofo no omodwuma ayemre amanfo sisi wonfie hoho tete amanfo fie obi nim ba bia hoho ni fi obi nim ba bia no fi ti ono so momye hwe ho
yada se mesre se yenko the point asem no emfa nkonwonwan saa esa bedi ye brebebre na bia de ntia ye pese ana bebia ye pese eduru ho na bia na anwonwan ni nti na ye nduru ho ti mesre straight to the point so be quote article hwan you quote straight to the point.
Midasi we the mesre mpanyifo prof chairman oni mpanyifo we asem kakra me de bebai invitation amantem na so entimanya research and kwachire bet kakra me de bebai me de copy be mamo na we here ani ahwe kwa befa so presentation and recommendation to the Constitutional Review Committee. I, Honorable Coach Imam Alhaji Abdul Aziz Muhammad, Chief Imam Oyuko New Juabin, Adontin Traditional Area, Chairman New Juabin North Municipal Council of Imams, and Chairman New Juabin North Municipal IPA. It is time to establish judicial Sharia law to adjudicate side by side with the new constitution without any collusion. Non-Muslim can sue a Muslim at this court, but a Muslim cannot sue non-Muslim. I will explain it later. This is very important because the Sharia law adjudicates faster. And an example is there was a litigation between a non-Muslim and a Muslim. The case traveled long time without end at the traditional court. Then a friend of the non-Muslim advised the non-Muslim to send the case to the Sharia law. He will get earlier judgment. And lo and behold, he get it. Secondly, I want the committee to advise the judiciary to be mindful of where they place the Holy Quran, because it has a special connotation. It must be placed where nothing is placed on it. Thank you very much. Kakra mika ni se Mr. Mwara. Emira also say atentire na yidi no memo ha sei no. Yen especially Kremofo so uba Zongo areas no a. Se yi 100% a ebe de se benya 1% ko metima high lawyer. If he say ni ade be high lawyer no ye ni bi. Eba ni saa na osikani na ni oni bi no enya asema bo nse ni a oni bi no ehwo atwe wonti me high lawyer nti bo sana no ha akokire no. Eni nti ena ngese fata se bebe yadui ye be sere na committee ni endwen ho se be yi a ni empa chese yen imamfo no ene ayemfofo no yedi asem kama na mom yen anim ebinum ho a no me tintintinti wodi asem na wie no obeka so mpeni na mom se nya back in e court a okaso mpeni so court na se ye de ni ko inkremofo no court no a ubo se onum se awe na aban sa wo na mom pempi no se nya ka sharia law no a na ye ya nya kremofo no na ye yam hihie efi se emra bi wo wa no odin sumahu na mom se ya esa se Ghana ye secular state ntino ye hia mpemfo no omo ni umo ni medie efa ho yiye no a ebetima tetene kama se na ebe ya yenso so aye ni bie no etima nya tenete ni medamase
Mesa Srebio say, "Eya, enyentia, medamasi."
Yeah. That's Wakanya the Mame. Within the Apostle Godwin People's Asso, Secretary to the Local Council of Churches. Men some bisa aye miensa Master the Dikan here. Yamra Safo parliamentarians. Me share Sebi omo behaviors at parliament. Titru edu assembly omo de tedwa se omba bobo ho se ba ya te akire no ehuni ya famo aba na kwan ya omo fa so ye omade no me trust be se me ho se your future Ghana bajina say ni sraba bisa se mre bi eni ho ema mo konye se de omo wa limit o bebe omo ye birbi akira se ampa omo ye dikanfo a nchiri ma hwe omo hwea even at Parliament House na why na enye panyine ne yekoto aba ne yeto atwode ne awia na ye se a cancer se mre bi enchichire won the toss me no vote buying. Is there any law governing politicians? Because Sadi Wenti ama obia obetimi edi mpesuaso enim na mampuntu abana esanse we yi ni sikanti at 20 and I say and call one fancy and then I am a problem. And I am a problem. Omo to aba in public. Finally, freedom of speech or what we call democracy. Mejidi say mrewa, but I don't know whether the implementation is effective. Say sebi. Abranti bi, ababa bi, bejina bibi na penya. Obetima won na nampo. No shen sama. Watutugum ema won. Na adu biribi so a empenimfo no so se wotra TV so wotra radio so no hwan sama makana na ya ye wo chire no na nchire ma ne sua me bisa me ho se mene bi enchechire won na se mene enchechire ma adenti na ya enforce sa mene no na sa deban no esonte se ba ya nchire ma no ya nsua sa na mo no because 20 years to come I'm very sorry how Ghana will look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. Please, my name is Joseph Sakit. So, my first submission is about the youth. The Constitution has been very silent on the youth. So, that is, The Constitution's silence on the youth representation and then what empowerment is a concern. Could be given, consideration could ensure youth participation in decision-making processes such as a youth quota system in parliament. So for instance, when you look at the 2021 population and housing census, the youth population is 38. So why should we eliminate them in decision-making? Meaning their voice should be counted in decision-making. Also, when you look at Article 62, that is Section B, we want you to reduce the age to qualify to contest as a president from 40 to 30. We want you to reduce it for us. Okay. Then also, when you look at the age to become an adult, that is 18 years, we would be grateful if it can be reduced to 16, so that from 16 we can have that. All right. And then, please, my last one is on environmental protection and sustainability. And the Constitution's environmental provision, that is particularly Article 36, Section 9, it may require strengthening to address climate change and environmental degradation. This could involve incorporating specific provisions, environmental protection, and sustainable development. And lastly, last one, please, a minute, last one. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Latif Sadiq. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. At the regional level, I'm with Department of Children, precisely. Yes, my main concern is on the Criminal Offences Act, Act of 1960, Act 29, which speaks about consent to sex. And then the other that speaks about the age, the marriageable age in Ghana. I think there is a very big gap there that is actually disturbing us. When we go to talk to people, there are questions as to, so sometimes we're even silent on, especially when we're meeting our girls, we're silent on the fact that they have consent to sex at 16, and yet they can't marry at 16. This issue came up recently when our judges were being vetted, but I really did not understand where it was shelved. But some of us are very concerned. Thank you.
All right, so Chair. So my addition is, or my correction that I want you to, tackle. Section 101 of Ghana Criminal Offences Act 1960, subsection 2, that deals with the defilement age. That any girl below 16 years and you intentionally, you had carnal knowledge or you have sex with her, whether she agrees or not, you have defiled her. And when they send you out, sentence not less than 7 years and not more than 25 years. Most of the time when we send such people to the court and they're being sentenced or jailed, the victim, they don't normally do anything. They don't compensate the victim. They don't give anything to the victim. And at the end of the day, because I was an investigator and I sent a case like that in court, a 13-year girl who was defiled and impregnated. After the conviction, the victim was left with the relatives who are very poor, and as speaking, I do sometimes sort them out. So let's see the law and talk something about it for the victim. Thank you very much.
We'll take the last two, then the commission members will give a response, then we take another one.
Good morning. Pacho Medinde Danila Jukum. Me a person with disability in China, I'm say eno hondi en America. Na young person with disability no ye how bako especially ye aben juma no yesre committee ni say omon hwe say ye kofia ana ye retirement yemfa ye salary na ye de kono na ye je wadwumum no entimi nya de yemfa nkofie ni nyina ne say me no me de me ho ye example ebla me start class 1 no me di more than 10 years etino o de imagine say time be na meeting me wie tertiary masate adwuma etima ya adwuma no kwa less than 20 to 25 years na me kofie etima katua no ayakitua bi ebi mu nso no say bibi ba ni ese ye penkrofo amoma ye adwuma we ya obo say so between the ages of 18 to 35 years. Nanso me before kura me fi adwuma me fi school no kura no manya more than 35. That's me disqualified already. It must say constitution is on here say sa clause no commit me consider na clause no for person with disabilities no intime in raising kakra say be ya ye nuan mo so a omunya akonya no ometime eden enya bi pacham dase.
Thank you. The last two, Alaji and Fire.
Alhaji Suleiman Salifu Ahmed from the office of the regional chief imam. My problem is concerning the political parties. In a nutshell, we voted them to go there for development, but they go to the parliament, to me, think about their welfare. It gets to a time they be in the parliament, to me, excuse me, unproductive activities over there. Why? I would suggest, if it were possible, there should be a clause in the constitution. Please, the nation first. When you are voted to power to be a parliamentarian, when you go there, think of your community, your people. So when you go there, forget about a party and think about a nation. So they tell you at least with the first 6 months, party. After a 6-month deadline, you close any party activities. It's very, very, very important. And then I don't want to go there too much because it's too much disheartening. Secondly, in the 60s, when we were young, we get information from the ISD, now the NCC too. In fact, they are doing well. They are not resourced at all. Is it Information Service Department or something like that? You see, this van will come. When there is information from the government, they give us, they bring it down to the root, to the mob growers. But now it is not there. Where are we heading? Political party. Assalamu alaikum.
Good morning to everyone. My name is DO2 Kwesi Hughes, and I am the Regional Special Duties Officer, Ghana National Fire Service in Koforidua. I have a lot to say, but I'll make it brief. I'll sit and come again. Each time I read Article 68.5, I feel disheartened and I feel cheated, because that article exempts the president of the land, who earns more than all of us, not to pay tax. And for that matter, I feel that it is unfair, and the Constitution seeks fair treatment for everybody. And so the president of the land must pay tax. Please capture it. And also, I want, as we stand here, my duties as a fire officer, my mandates are not stated in the Constitution. And so I struggle or we struggle with role ambiguity. Whose role is it to, and they blame us for what the Constitution has not asked me to do. Because our roles are not in the Constitution, so it should be spelled there before I can be held accountable for something. Thank you. Let us also reduce the privileges of our MPs. For example, they must pay their own fuel. That benefits are just a waste of resources for the country, because I am buying my own fuel. With the little I'm earning, I'm buying my own fuel. And they take this and we don't see anything they are doing. Again, we should increase the tenure of our president to 6 years. This is a controversial issue, but I can explain. To 6 years, because governments are formed from political parties. And they use the first year to settle, name ministers and run policies, roll out policies and all that. They work in the second year, the third year. The fourth year, they forget about working and they start doing parties work for another election. So they work for 2 years. And so we should increase it to 6 years, so that at least they can have the full 4 years to work and use the first year and the last year to do party business. Thank you. Oh, who is putting the... Churches should also pay taxes, because Jesus Christ himself paid tax to Caesar. Thank you.
Monio. Commission, any demo. You will be kasana what translate amai. Pamcho mommy and
Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Steven Abrokwa. I'm the regional president for NAT at Koforidua here, and I represent persons with disability in Eastern region. When you look into the 1992 Constitution, the right to protect persons with disability is there. Again, another section is 615. The protection of persons with disability is there. But as how to practice it is very weak. We are not seeing how the Constitution is protecting persons with disability. One example is about discrimination. How the government have to protect persons with disability against discrimination in education, health, even at the court. If maybe one deaf person have a problem and go to court with no interpreter, how is he going to defend him or herself? The law is there to protect them, but they are missing a whole lot of them when it comes to the disability rights. So we want the committee to think and consider them when it comes to persons with disability and how they will protect them against all these things. Because all of us have to enjoy equal rights, and the Constitution states that. Sometimes they have to strengthen us and make people with disability very normal in the society. When I was young, they taught us that the right is there. They will be discussing it with us. But as he is now, he see no practice of what they taught them. So he's putting it before the committee to take notice of that. to form a very formidable committee or this thing to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The commission will respond to the first 10 questions. Then after it, we take another one.
Thank you very much for these very constructive contributions. Some of them, many of them are not new, which is that in our engagements, including the most recent public engagements we had from Bolga to Tamale and Wa, some of the issues you raise here come up. I'll just highlight some of the interesting points that have come up, and maybe you can come back and help us to reflect on it again. So, of course, the municipal fire officer, when we engaged the security services in Accra as a community, when we did the engagement with the military, the police, and the security services, the fire national service was represented by the chief fire officer, and this issue about the non-inclusion of the Ghana National Fire Service in the Security Council was raised. It has also been raised in two of the forums, one in Tamale and one in Wa. So I think all of you have been discussing this, and we've had that concern raised. The Article 78 is one of the more popular ones. Many people want MPs, do not want MPs to become ministers. We've received that representation, including from some of the very high officials that we have spoken to. And we have had a little discussion about, so let's say you elect an MP, and the president appoints that MP as a minister. That was the situation in the 79 Constitution, the Third Republic. You could be appointed, but then you had to step down as a member of parliament, and then elections will have to take place. We're asking are there other ways to do it so that we minimize the cost of replacing an MP who has been chosen to become a minister, right? Because assuming that the president, we have elections, about 30 people get elected to parliament, the president chooses 20 of them. We are going to have elections all over the country again for 20 MPs. Are there other ways we can do it? So a lot of people agree that they don't want ministers to come from parliament. But if you choose them, they step down. How must we replace them? Should we just let the party that won the election just bring somebody so we forget about elections? Should we find a cheaper way to do it? Because some of these things, one of the things we are trying to look at too is to make sure that the cost of governance is not so high, right? Operating the constitution in Ghana, running the democracy is already very, very expensive. And we know that, we have scarce resources. The money to run a new election just because a minister has been chosen a day after they are elected. Is that the way to go, or maybe we should find a different way? So some of the things you have to reflect on. The article, the point about the MPs, and I like the way you explained it, because the truth is that MPs don't have immunity from criminal prosecution or process. Only the president in the Constitution has that immunity while he or she is in office. After they leave office, 3 years after they leave office, they can be prosecuted for whatever it is that they did in office that was criminal. So, except for the president, nobody has that immunity. But I understand that it appears that a practice is evolving where MPs appear to be shielded from criminal liability. in the early years of the Fourth Republic, that wasn't so. I know some MPs who were actually prosecuted and jailed. But it appears that since then, they have gotten together and have created some different arrangements for themselves. So I've taken note of the point that you make. The issue about internal security, I mean, it's an interesting one. Of course, immigration at our borders, when you enter the country, immigration has the mandate to make sure that you have the proper papers to enter the country. You know, I don't know how you entered Guinea-Conakry before you were taken in to see somebody and your papers were examined. But for people coming from outside Ghana, we have at our ports of entry, whether it's the airport or at the borders, immigration officials who must make sure that you are a person properly authorized to enter the country before you come in. Now, if what you are saying is for a Ghanaian, let's say I travel to Wa as a Ghanaian and I go and rent a place, and you are saying that my landlord must take me to see a government official to say that, well, there's a new person here who is not part of the community. I mean, that of course is difficult because we are one nation, we are all Ghanaian, you don't need a visa or any permission as a Ghanaian to relocate and live anywhere. We can live anywhere in the country. So I think it's if that is what you are trying to refer to, I understand where you're coming from, but it's going to be a bit difficult to require that a Ghanaian who moves around and relocates to another part of the country must then report themselves to, because you have freedom of movement as a Ghanaian, you can move anywhere, live anywhere. We are, you know, a unitary state, we are one people. So that may be a bit difficult to do constitutionally speaking, but maybe some people have some ideas about exactly what is the main concern. If it's foreigners, fine, but if it's Ghanaians moving around, I think there may be a difficulty there. I think we've received some submissions, and please, in addition to the public engagement, you can send a submission, you can send it to us when we meet you here, like hard copy like this, but you can also send it to our email, submissionsreviewgh.org. And we've received a lot of submissions. I think maybe the most recent count would be about 600. And I believe that the Sharia issue has come up. I believe when we met the faith community in Accra, I believe that there was some such representation also made. So we will take note of it. Maybe, you know, other members on the committee who are probably more familiar with the administration of justice in these matters can shed some light on it. Arbitration, I know that, you know, the law allows private, you know, individuals to settle their matters amongst themselves, sometimes with the supervision of the court. So there is room within the existing Arbitration Act, I suspect, for some of that kind of an arrangement to be done, as long as it is not a criminal matter, right? Of course, because criminal matters, the state has exclusive jurisdiction over criminal matters, but civil matters and other personal issues, I suspect that the Arbitration Act might provide a way. But I see your point. If you want, some countries have, you know, Qadi courts and Sharia courts specifically. If that's what you're asking for, that's a different issue, and then we will have to take note of that. The conduct of MPs in Parliament is regulated by the standing orders of Parliament. So just as it's not in the Constitution, right? So if you go to court, for example, the courts, the judiciary has a way of regulating how you conduct yourself in a courtroom. It's not in the Constitution. That branch of government has its own rules of conduct, including dress code, etiquette, and all of those things, right? So certain things you cannot do in a court, but it's not have a mandate to regulate that kind of behavior. In the same way, Parliament also is given the mandate to regulate the behavior of members of Parliament, one who enforces the standing orders. However, if you believe that certain behaviors are getting overboard and extreme, of course, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So it can regulate technically any and everything. But sometimes you really want to defer to the particular branch for it to really do the work that has been given and the mandate that has been given. So maybe we can also look at the the standing orders of Parliament. You can petition and say, look, the behavior of MPs needs to be regulated better because it's having a very bad image and it does not conduce to the integrity of the institution and all of those things. So I think it's also something that you can bring to the attention of Parliament. The Speaker. The vote come up in a number of circumstances. There's been a lot of Ghanaians are concerned about money in politics, not just the vote buying, but just the volume of money that is involved in our politics. So there's a lot of concern has been raised about the fact that if you don't have a lot of money now, millions and millions of cedis, you cannot even contest any office. So there are many people who are concerned that the fight against corruption is not possible to win unless and until we can control how much money is spent in politics. So it's a much bigger issue beyond the vote buying. And a number of contributions have come to us on that issue. So it's something that I believe will get some attention. Then you mentioned regulation of speech. I think what you're talking about is the kind of language on our airwaves, in the media, on TV. A lot of questions have come. We have met with the National Media Commission. Among the independent constitutional commissions, we met the NMC, and it's a concern that has been raised. When we met the media, as an industry and as a profession, that issue was also raised. Currently, the NMC doesn't think it has enough power in the Constitution to regulate the content of speech. So one of the representations or one of the submissions that we've received in relation to that is maybe to take another look at the mandate of the National Media Commission and give them some power to be able to regulate the offensive speech and other things that may be taking place on our media waves. And so that issue has come up as well. Brother Joseph spoke about the youth. Again, the question about the youth is also something that has come up. Children's rights are mentioned in the Constitution, but not the youth. And of course, we understand that there are two different categories. So there's no mention of the youth. The proposal to have to carve out some seats for the youth has also been made. One question is interesting though, because it looks like increasingly there are more and more young people entering politics, right? So the youth are more or less the majority of the voting population. That's it. They are mostly youth. Now, normally you use constitutions to protect people or groups that are weak, that are marginalized, that are underrepresented, minorities. You are getting the point. But if you're already the majority, of the voting population. Why are you not able to use your numbers to give yourself the representation that you want? Right? And maybe that's where the money issue comes in. So maybe for the youth, the real issue is not that the youth is not represented, it's that money is becoming a barrier, because the more money gets into the politics, and the more you need millions and millions of cedis, sometimes even dollars, to get into parliament, then but that becomes the reason why you are not getting elected. It's not because of your age, right? So sometimes the solution doesn't lie necessarily in giving the youth special seats in parliament, but solving the problem of money. And that if we solve the money problem, it would solve the gender problem too sometimes. Because women too have significant numbers, but we are not seeing them in parliament. And if you have to raise $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, our presidential elections already cost over $100 million for a long time. This is not new. And parliamentary elections are beginning to become very expensive too. And the people who suffer the most are women and the youth. When politics becomes that expensive in our culture, two groups that are affected the most adversely are women and young people. So maybe the solution might lie in taking a very close look at money in politics and finding a solution to that problem. But your proposal, of course, is also being made by other people. The presidential age is very popular among young people we have met. Actually, I was looking at the 1960 Constitution, and I think in that Constitution, the age to become president was 35. I don't know why we pushed it up to 40. But a number of people have proposed this along the same lines, that we should look to reduce the minimum age to contest to become president from 40 to 30. There are very young presidents in many big countries in the world now. And in any case, I think the argument is that it's the people who will determine anyway. We can lower the age in the Constitution, but in the end, it's the voters who are going to determine whether a particular 30-year-old is qualified or fit or is competent enough to be president. But I think the symbolism of signaling to the youth that you are an important constituency is also there. So there's even if it doesn't elect any young person at 30, there's a symbolic value to signaling that the youth are included, and that if you do well, the age is not going to be a hindrance. So it's a point that has been made. Some have also proposed that we should put a maximum age. Nobody has mentioned it yet. Some of the young people also not only want to lower the age from 40 to 30, they want us to exclude people who are, the age varies, but some people say if you are, at the time you are going to contest, if you are 75, no. Or if you are 80. Right. 60? Oh. Right? So that's an interesting part of the debate. The maximum age has also come up in some of our conversations. I think in both in WA and in I think Tamale as well, the age of consent versus the age of marriage issue came up. It's not something in the Constitution currently, but I think it's in different laws. But you didn't give a reason why. So what is the proposal? Do you want the age of marriage to be lowered to 16 to meet the age of sexual consent? Or do you want the age of sexual consent to be raised to 18 to meet? But what right? So what is the problem that you are trying? Maybe I can use your mic. So in Wa, or I think in Tamale, when we asked the person who made the contribution what the problem was, it turns out that the problem is teenage pregnancy and responsibility for either the upkeep of the child, or that some men are having having children or babies with, let's say, because you can consent to sex at 16, they will have consensual sex with you at 16, and then if there's a pregnancy that ensues out of it, then they'll say, oh, but I can't marry you. Is that the issue that you are trying to solve? It's promoting child marriage. I see, because there are two different proposals that have been made. Some want the age of marriage to be brought down to 16. Others want the age of sexual consent to be moved up to 18. Question is, what problem does that solve particularly, right? So like I said in the opening remarks, our interest is in solving problems, right? So if you identify a problem and a particular proposal can solve it, then it's fine. So for example, when the youth, the person who spoke about the youth representation in Parliament, say, what is the problem? Why is it that young people who are the majority of the voting population cannot elect young people? Is it because the young people are young, or is it because they don't have money? Or is it because the parties have rules that frustrate young people who want to get into Parliament through the party? So maybe the observation is correct, but the problem is not what it might appear, right? So if there is a problem with child marriage, which is already illegal, child marriage is not legal under our law. If there's a problem with child marriage and it's already illegal, if there's a problem with young people taking advantage of the fact that by 18, until you are 18, they can't marry you, so they will just sleep with you and not marry you. The fact is that anybody who would do that would not marry you anyway. You can't force them, right? So this happens to people who are 20 years, 30 years. Men have children with people much older than that and still don't marry them, right? So is that the problem? You know, so I think maybe have some clarity. When we come back, you can respond better so that we understand the problem you are trying to cure. The president's exemption from tax, that issue is in the report from 2011. Our predecessor committee even made that proposal, that provision should be changed. The tenure of the president has come up, even in one of our meetings with one former president. It's an issue. 6 years, I don't know if 6 years has come up, but 5 years is the more common number. But again, for the reason that you gave, you are saying that they spend the first year getting themselves ready and the last year doing campaigning. So maybe the problem is we must, and I think the same person who made the point about political parties and how they go to Parliament and time they just, within 6 months they are doing politics again. In many countries, the campaigning for elections is regulated. So you go to Senegal, for example, another African country in West Africa, until it's about 4, 5, 6 months to elections, you cannot campaign. Parties, no candidates, no poster, nothing, no billboard. The last time I was there, just before the most recent elections, we were very surprised. It was very close to election. Not a single billboard was anywhere, because the campaign season had not been open. So you have to, there are laws that you can have that say that instead of this 24 like Ghanaians, we campaign the day after election, we are campaigning for the next election. It doesn't have to be like that. So that the government that we elect can have time to govern. You can have laws that say the campaign period is this, and the Electoral Commission or political party regulator or whoever it is that is in charge of it will make sure that before that you cannot have a poster, a billboard, you cannot have a rally, you cannot have a jingle on the radio. That is possible. So maybe one of the ways we solve the term of the president issue is to leave room for the president to govern by making sure that there are no campaigns for some time, so that when you are elected for 4 years, you have 4 years to govern or 5 years to govern. So there are of dealing with that problem that I think it was Alhaji Suleimana who mentioned this problem of parties campaigning all the time and doing politics all the time. That can also be resolved. The disability issue has been raised, and in fact you are correct that there is a whole Article 29 on the rights of persons with disabilities, but the enforcement is the problem. But maybe beyond the enforcement, maybe the language also, the nature, the way the rights are described are not specific enough. So for example, 29.5, in any judicial proceedings, because you talked about going to court, in any judicial proceedings in which a disabled person is a party, the legal procedure applied shall take his physical and mental condition into account. Well, it's a bit vague, right? You're saying that when you go to court and let's say you are visually impaired, does this entitle you to sign language interpretation? Maybe it's a bit vague. Maybe somebody will say, yes, it does, maybe. But you want something more specific that takes care of a person in that situation. So there's something there, but maybe the wording is not strong enough the way that it should be. So we can take a look at it. Yeah, I think those are the points that we have. I have at least noted here so far. The resourcing of the NCCE, yes, it's the NCCE itself. We have met the NCCE, but others, when we did the independent constitutional bodies, that issue was raised not just for the NCCE, but for a number of the independent constitutional bodies. So that issue has also been raised for the attention of the committee. So I think from my side, that's what the churches must pay tax. So we had a very interesting engagement with the churches and the faith community generally on a lot of issues, including whether churches must be regulated in some way, right? And it's a very sensitive, tricky issue, but the churches themselves, actually, many of the interesting proposals came from themselves in terms of how there's a lot of concern about churches springing up all over the place. Some of them, whether they are genuine or not, is difficult to tell. People are concerned about, citizens being defrauded and other issues. Of course, the criminal law is there to deal with fraud and all of that. But the churches themselves are concerned that the whole area is so unregulated that all kinds of people are setting up things they call churches and are taking monies and are giving people all kinds of things to drink and that kind of stuff. So there have been some proposals from the churches themselves on how that could be regulated. The tax issue didn't quite come up, but the tax is a privilege. It's not a constitutional right, right? It's a privilege that the state extends not just to churches, but to other charitable organizations, NGOs, and others. And, maybe there could be some conditions attached to it, that if you don't meet condition X, maybe you don't get the privilege. But I think the churches are also concerned about the same issue, so it's not something that is new. Yeah, I think that's how. Any responses from?
There was a question. No, there was a suggestion that we reduce the age of adulthood to 16. I just needed to understand the thinking behind it before we could respond.
Sure. Yeah, so I think the same person who made the proposal about moving the age of bringing the age to contest for presidency down to 30 also made a proposal about the age of majority moving from 18 to 16. And you can come back and explain to us exactly what your logic is. On ages, the retirement age also has come up. So I think the person, and I forgot to mention that when we were in Tamale, actually, the first time I heard this proposal about letting persons with disability who are employed in the public services or in it retire on their salary was in Tamale. It's a very innovative, it was a very interesting idea. Now, if you look at Article 29, Clause 7, so special treatment shall be given to disabled persons engaged in business and also to business organizations that employ disabled persons in significant numbers. That's what the current law says in the Constitution. I think the principle there is that I think those who wrote that provision understand that when it comes to employment, persons with disability have exceptional difficulty. So I think the principle is not too far from that to go to the point that you just made. Because you have a shorter working life, because you don't have as much in terms of post-retirement opportunity as other people have. Some people can retire at 60 from the public service and then they are back at work somewhere else the next day. It's not that easy if you are a person with disability. So I think the principle is a very sound one and sounds interesting as a proposal. So I think.
There was a question about compensation of defiled girls for the victims. Well, since the punishment for the offense is usually incarceration, so where is the money going to come from? So perhaps if we establish a victims fund, that would be okay. But if we are fining the convicted person, then that one part of the fine can be paid as compensation. So that's the problem there.
What the policeman is saying. Unless, of course, the person has access. And you know, just to give you an idea of the things that are on people's mind, local government, right? Wherever we have been to, local government is a big part of the conversation. I think that there is already a consensus that maybe very soon we will be electing our MMDCs. There appears to be, both parties appear to agree that that's where we should go. The issue, the area of this disagreement continues to be around whether parties must be involved in that election or not. So the principle that Ghanaians in their various local communities must, in the near future, be given the right and the opportunity to elect their own mayors or MMDCs. That one, I think, is something that is ripe and may very well happen. But it comes with a lot of questions. Should parties be involved? Or should we keep it the same way we do the assembly elections? A number of questions have also been raised. Given, for example, the very low numbers when we elect MPs, you see that very few women get elected, despite the large numbers of women, again, in our population. There is some concern that once we start electing MMDCEs, probably going to elect all men. How do we deal with the gender representation issues around that? Should we elect, like we do the president, should we elect 2 people on a ticket? Mayor and deputy mayor, one of whom must be of the opposite sex, so that you can be sure that at least you have, because in any case, the mayor, anything could happen to the mayor. If you elect just one person and something happens, they resign, they die in office, how do we solve the problem? Have another election, or the deputy steps in like the vice president? Then in big metropolitan areas, which would include, I presume, in Koforidua, but it's a big problem in Accra and say in Kumasi. Now we have 261 districts. That's a large number for a country the size of Ghana. We have 276 MPs. There are some people who think the numbers are too large, that many of the districts are too small in terms of the size of the local economy. They may not have even a property tax base enough to generate IGF to support the district. But if you are going to start to elect your mayor, shouldn't we also be looking for districts that can really support that kind of a system? If we start electing mayors in Accra, depending on how you define Accra now, and if you start from maybe some place, the Kaswa, some junction, some point, McCarthy Hill or Bawe or somewhere, and you go all the way to Adenta, you could be electing like 15, 20 mayors in Accra alone. How do you govern a space like that with 15 different, you go from, you are trying to solve an urban transportation issue. You do it in one area, you just get to the other, it's a different jurisdiction. You are collecting waste. You want to do waste management, all kinds of jurisdictional conflicts between district and all of that. So there's a lot of conversation around the election of MMDCs and the consequences, mostly the consequences. And we are interested in how we manage the consequences. What should we do? Because what we don't want to do is propose a solution that makes the problem worse. So that's one of the things you have to think about in the constitutional review. There may be a problem, but are you solving the problem by creating new problems or not? So we want to hear from you, those of you who have thought about this issue of the election of MMDCs and the consequences. Give us some thoughts if you have reflected on it. Another issue that is gaining a lot of popular acceptance is the idea, and I think people are thinking about Galamsey. The idea, so currently the minerals in Ghana, wherever they are found, belong to the central government. Right? The president holds all of our minerals in trust for the people of Ghana. That's what the Constitution says. The concern is that local communities do not have any participation when it comes to awarding concessions or mineral rights for people to come and explore and exploit the resources in their community. And they are also not entitled as a community to any particular percentage or share of the benefits. Are we going forward going to keep this arrangement, or should it change? Should we recognize that one of the drivers of Galamsey may well be that local communities feel cheated, that the resource is here, you bring a company from outside with a license, you didn't involve me, they come and take the resource away and you don't bring any of the money back. So why should we sit down for this to happen? Maybe we should take our own resource. So, in fact, even former president clear that's the change. So these are the conversations that we are having and picking up from places. So if you have some idea about it, I'm raising them because they affect local communities directly. So if you have some thoughts around it, you can also add your voice to the conversation on these and other issues. Council of State has come up a lot. I think we all witnessed the recent elections to the Council of State. Maybe it's for the first time, at least from my observation, this is the first time it turned violent in some areas. The Council of State is supposed to be this dignified body. It's not like political party election. We are not supposed to elect people into that body through violence. And I think people looked at that election and said, no, we want the Council of State to be different from the way it is now. Many people want it to be abolished. And if we can't reform it, then they want it to be abolished. If you believe in the Council of State and you want it to stay, how should we change it? The composition, the functions, so that it doesn't, we don't lose that particular institution, right? So I'm just throwing this out as some of the things you can think about in your contributions. Thank you.
Commission Regional Minister say upeja kakra na echiri obesa adwani enti we dey need him. Honorable Regional Minister will rise up and join. Dr. Frimpong Manson will speak first, then folks.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the panel for the opportunity to speak. What has been captured have all been quite informative, and we as Ghanaians appreciate the good work that the panel is doing. Some very basic things that I want to talk about is the fact Ghanaians, and not only Ghanaians, but Africans in general, are going through a phenomenon that I think is very important to recognize before it gets worse. And it is because, like all the things that we are talking about here, it's almost like we are hungry, we would like to eat, but we don't have food. And we are talking about, if we have the food, I would like mine to have a little bit more pepper. And then when I get the food, this one says, I would like to have a little bit more. Now, first of all, what has to be understood is, first, do we have the land? First, as Ghanaians, do we have the resources to even call it? That's where it starts. Do Ghanaians actually own their land? Do Ghanaians actually have a say in their land? Do Ghanaians actually have a say in how their country is being governed? You have an institution that was developed or that came into existence probably 60 years ago. And then you are also comparing it or actually removing a mandate of a people that have lived and developed their own governance over thousands and thousands of years and have perfected their form of governance over millennia, several years. And then all of a sudden, we say, oh, we are now a republic. And then we have vested all our resources almost in the hands of one person. And then we are sitting here and talking about, oh, when we get the food, I would like it to be a little, and you don't have the food. Do you have the food, Ghanaians? Are you actually actual participants in your own governance? No. You are not part of it. Our lands are being assigned to foreigners. Wealth is defined by ownership of land. Do you own your land? You don't own your land. But then they will come to the chiefs and say, oh, Nananum, you are the owners of the land. How can you own a land when you don't own the resources in the land? And then they tell you, you only have surface rights. Plant cocoyam and plantain and eat. But anything of value belongs to some one person. And that person, you sit there, and all your resources are assigned to non-Ghanaians. Are we wasting our time here or what? That is what I feel. Do Ghanaians, can any one of you go to your assembly and ask them, say, last year, how much money came to the district assembly? What did you use the money for? Do you So what are we, this is almost like the usual thing. They want to tick and tick, oh, we want and ask people, and people talk, and it will be the same thing that we are. We have actually non-mandate, taking the power, no mandate to you guys, but a mandate to a few people. When the old, practiced over millennia was working, 50 years ago, all your waters were clean. Your environments were clean. There were resources in Ghana's coffers where Ghana actually gave extra money to the Commonwealth in the 1950s. Say, no, we owe much. But at that time, before independence, Ghana's extra monies was supporting the Commonwealth. When the Commonwealth didn't have money, they took money from Ghana's coffers. That time, transactions were done with you individuals having say in it. You don't have any mandate. The people who have the mandate have sidelined you. You have no power in your own governance. And you call it something that is, and then they are going to make a few tweaks, but they keep all the power. And you have no say. How is this going to work? If you don't have a mandate, Galamsey, do you think if the chiefs and the people with skins and the people with stools were mandated to stop Galamsey, how long do you think it would take to stop? Less than 4 weeks. Because from people who are going to farm they are the police. They will go to call Nana and say, I was going to farm and I saw this person doing this. Immediately we send people and bring them to the palace. Immediately we stop everything. The government don't physically, they can't occupy all these spaces that we occupy. The government don't have the resources to actually pay people to be vanguards and protect our waters and our natural resources. All this is possible because you have taken, to me, the power from the people that can do the work, and you have centralized it, and you think it's going to work? So what I'm saying is, do Ghanaians actually own their land? Do Africans own their land? They don't own their land. So the moment one person said, I'll take my land back, yesterday on Nsawam Road, I was experiencing, Burkina Faso was sent more than 300 earth-moving equipment, construction equipment, road construction equipment, anything that is needed for nation building. This is how you build a country, because you've decided to take your land back and take your resources back. I want to finish here because I'm a chief and I should not speak with so much passion. But I think we as Ghanaians, we are sleeping. We as Africans are sleeping. And if you will sit there and accept something that is so boring, it's not working, where our mandates are taken from us, where a few people are controlling your resources and assigning your resources to non-Ghanaians, I think we should wake up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, His Royal Majesty Siadeyo Dr. Frimpong Manson, member Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. Next, Mesre, Mumani Nyentia, as a ocean nipa wahana a dosso. Intim.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Tete, and also from the Ghana Federation of Disability. My first issue has to do with employment. I would like to suggest that there should be a quota for persons with disability, or that which should be the automatic one, that after service, the person is fully employed. That is one of them. Then also accommodation or bungalows for persons with disability who are working in the public space. I think when you look at where some of persons with disabilities are staying, and you can just imagine crossing streets here and there and the hazard involved. So I think when such opportunities are given to them to have accommodations or wherever they operate, I think that one too will be good. Then the other one that I want to talk about is, I think it is about time that we must have a national sustainable development plan, which, irrespective of the political parties that will come to play, though they may have their own ambition and other things, but the national policy should be there to guide each and everyone. These are the few issues that I want to talk about. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my name is Godwin Bobobi, DC for Asojaman. I've listened to our brothers with some disabilities. And I think that education for persons with disabilities should be compulsorily free across all levels. That, for me, will fix some of their issues. Listening to one of them, he said that by the time they get to school, they are too old, and that affects their retirement and the benefits thereof. So education for them should be compulsory. So parents who fail to send such kids to school should face some penalties. And the schools should also include private schools, so long as it's within their catchment area, because that is the nearest school they can send such a child. It should be compulsory that education, even in that private school, must be free for such persons. Money in politics. I think that the funding of political parties will solve much of the problems. And if you look at how this batch of MMDCs were selected, I think that process in a way will help. There was no need for aspirants to put in any money, no forms, no filing fees, posters, banners, etc. So if the parties would also ensure that once the political parties are being funded, and then you selecting your parliamentary candidates, and the parliamentary candidates are selected through a process like just the MMDCs, were selected, so that the party put in place in their constitution that if you're contesting for a parliamentary candidate, you are not doing poster, you are not paying filing fee, etc. All that will curtail, and then we'll have the best testing for these positions, because it doesn't demand that sort of funding from the prospective parliamentary candidates. And that again will open up, will fix the gender issue that our women and persons with disability are not able to contest because of money issues. Youths are also able to contest because it doesn't involve that much of them investing something in it. And then the age to become president, maybe 30, 35 should be good, and then there should be a ceiling 60. Because at 60 you are retiring within the public space. So why should you be looking for a new job when you are retiring from active work? I think that's also we can look at. Then the tenure of the president, I'm hearing, let me conclude here. Tenure of the president, 2 terms. I think if it could be specific, is it 2 consecutive terms or just 2 terms? Because you have 6 interpretations to this. Is it 2 consecutive? If it's 2 consecutive, then it means that if you go like our current situation where the president who had a term and now there was, he's back, does he have the opportunity to go again? If it is consecutive, then he has opportunity to go again. Okay, and I'm thinking that we will fix that lacuna. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Martha Dochi Owu. I'm from GNTD, Ghana National Tailors and Dressmakers Association. Me pacho bebre anope masem ye miensa. Ni edi kan no ye pese yesre. Na yen taxes a yetua for the year no, mo ye hu bibi ma yen. Ene se yetua no ahoro bebre. Enti eye ana ya bre. Yetua no bebre. Revenue wa ha, we wa ha. Yetua asasi ruade. Enti epesen cafe ne so a ye nsano adwuma na ye rent containers any stores no ye revenue no mo ye ho bi ma ye na ye one na ye tua ya mre na ye to so bi ye apprenticeship ye ni policy for apprenticeship enti meji makola a ekwan a mepe e na me fa so e kire na adwuma obi nso ji abofra ekwan a ope e na fa so kire na adwuma ye pese yenya national policy na ye de ye adwuma na ye to so miensa ye sign per se ye taxes na ye tua no mo boa yen san se ye tena radio ne television ho a ye te bebre e na ye tu kwan amono no se na ye no wo ho e na ama omo atimi atu mpon entimi nso me pamade enche me ko pension me ni pension enti ye pese ye sre na mo boa yen na yesa anudwuma fon so yenya pension ye damase.
We are Mrs. Away. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. I think we're supposed to be defending this issue about some of us wanting the age of consent to be moved up to age 18 as a result of encounters we've had in our work. Some of the reasons are one, I believe sex is not in isolation. Sex comes with a lot of responsibilities. And at age 16, we all agree in this country, if a child is actually someone who is serious with their education, they are not ready to take up sexual responsibilities at age 16. So it's more of child protection and developmental concerns. Children under 18 are generally not matured enough, physically, emotionally, or mentally, to make life-changing decisions like sex and marriage. Early sex and marriage are linked to higher health risks, including complications in childbirth and exposure to abuse. We also talk about consistency in the law. In Ghana, the legal age of marriage is 18 per the Children's Act, but the age of sexual consent is 16. What do we say about this? The inconsistency creates a legal and moral loophole. A 16-year-old can legally have sex but cannot legally marry, potentially exposing them to exploitation or abuse. Thirdly, in Ghana, the legal age of marriage, as I stated earlier, at this age, actually tells us that that is when the child emotionally and then physically and health-wise is now ready for this kind of, what do you call it, responsibility that comes with sex. Prevention of exploitation is something we have to think about, considering these children of the age. People raise issues like, but 16-year-olds can make informed choices. Can we attest to that? We are all mothers. Mekano uchi mwa ya mamifo aye wahai. Ya wankwala no mo 16 years ah. Obi beka se we ni beji se oba obema befano. I think most are also making cases like when we raise it to 18, one amufa enkwala at 16 ni 17 no. Omefa omuhwedi. Omufo omuhwedi omusuro se defilement, because the punishment for defilement, dancing, punishment for rape. Inti se enkolano, was 16 no more felisa omufa omwa. Is that the right thing to do? Omo we school, omo develop bamucho omo ina nkaya numbum na sase mu yinu. Ama promiscuity adults in your society mu. Thank you very much.
Now, according to control fidie ni trese ahano back bebre inti misramu se momra ne sei misramu bebre.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm a person of Heather Michael. I stand in for Ghana Federation of Disability. Please, my problem is about the presidency. Me pese anka yadeba 35 years, 60 years retirement. The entire makers are say obana obeye adwuma no na say adwuma bone na wo ye ya unsu be berebi ansa na wawu. Enti momfa nshem mranum den man. Momfa nshem. Ebio nso Article 71. I am a problem. How can a servant be paid more than the master? Muslimu ba se mo be som yen enso yemu ne adane nkoa muku kofie so muku kru kese na mo de ko mun fan hye mun yen frim president president Mahama ka kire ense oba obeyi afio me boa mo correct me okan ye e wo campaign num se oba obeyi afio nti so so obeyi afio na nyame ya adom no abade a onyin fim
in film, me a teacher me a blind. And so near my head better radio school crabin your says can you bet me you should be able to twist your near the atrem of front dear. They are the future of this country. And so I yet it's to say in Kwa it was school. And I'm paying for more enjoy into Pamcho. Prof. Madam Charlotte, yes, sir, I'm paying for a while. Muy film. Ebio Disability Act 206. Yeni LI, yes, Remo. Mon fancy my. Yeni LI. Into Yasama and more bo. You were doing me a bread. Discrimination here can another thing. Oh, never be for what someone call. Only put theatre and also so then here, Juma Bako. Yes, Remo. Disability Act 206. My year, Nenso Edaho Qua. Other grandpa, you say, more than no speed ramps, my persons with disabilities, especially those sitting in the real son. Even when you go to the ministries, unyabi, yebre, esremo, monyana, no nya de mai, na yanso yasem, yenyabi, enka, medamasi.
Me pacho ye friend me Abigail Amwako. Me kasama informal sector for. Ye share informal sector. Jumedi amudi me hu se do na kasa constitution bobo because na eba yen side na yenim ana yenim constitution na o kan. Ni amesre ne se eba in church say ya yenya informal sector no ye man na ekọ government school na ye hwe government school so a sa constitution ya mo kan chiche bie no o kire free semi course school chiche 1 article 2 mesre say yenya informal sector no ye don so pass omo government sector na eba ne sanso a yanso na emra na wo kan echi yen pa wahu enti akwanya yi a mefa me ne amaye miensa ba akwanya di kan ne se me ne NCA for NCCA for enema bi ho mo ya emoaye informal sector ye be banko a ye hu ye ma me no mo wodwomu yi omunim sa article ho asem omunim constitution ho asem na ayese NCCA for no election time nkwa na ye bobo aba no ye bobo paper ni say ye di shemu say enti ehono momo ayen kakra afa baabi nso so na aban so lawyers aye from legal aid for mo court na ka constitution no emwa na sa legal aid for no se menya asem nko court ya minchi na sa lawyer ni no eto ewo asade a ewo so yese okosa informal sectors no ho na ochreche yen constitution ni mu na yete emra na se ye nka ye ba hanke ye mre sesi abrofo ne se yen review no obi kan ye ne de obi nso nkan ye ne de enti se ye mana eko school no ehu constitution ni mu yi a ye ba ha ye mre ana otini oya na se enti se onyi no bedi MP o won responsibility me so am ye mada no me so me o me responsibility akola no so so oba no ono so won responsibility me point number 3 ne se ye wo student a law e wo government schools e wo university me high menin kakra no menya bet se 4 sa 4 no ha se ye ma law students no e special people say sankrofo no omonya national service enti mo fan hye say was say omoya national service no mo national service no to come down to the Ghanaian people sebi ye illiterate yanko school yente brofo na ye kan constitution no yente ase sene be ya ye amamwo na ye bu no wo man Ghana mu nyina ne yenkoye say mene party A wa adwen mene party B ewa adwen enti momo aye na yenya sa because teacher ni o kire mass no o sheda kosua mass no wo se se wanchro licensure on kira de na mom obi nso call university na okoye publications okoye human resource okoye a political science also on your national service and some of our pay juma. Now, some law students for no so almost the same money and a day a year or more enema. And to say your funnel, that's all law school. Pa and some of Becom Colano. I was say Otimi about from Bayer National Service. Na and can no classroom. Because on the was that question constitution, at your guni trim into A to Z. And see a banner say Otimi Koye National Service example. Our Kwaku Boatia, a colani baby GSS no, open who send me a collar, a grow winner or semidi, me a penny, a dear winner or semi. Say Yana Sadia, ya bebaha. I'm a fire service near Betcheni or pay. Na young so yach reni a pay. Momo informal sector no, na ye brepa, Medamas.
My name is Ekuya Santua Majisi. Mbacho, Mimi issue here, Article 43, NA 72, appointment of the Electoral Commission Chair. MSA, who say after ya papa, Kwaja Ferijan, a core retirement, no. EC chair, sir, ya appointing in ano. The public trust is lost. Because it looks like you feel say party A ne buy and a bear appointee into the party A, party B against that EC chair. Into a do election timer, now I created so much agitation around the system, so much heat within the country just because somebody appointed the EC chair. If we can look at it again and limit the president's powers to appointing the EC chair, we should maybe look at another process where we can use to appoint the EC chair at the transparent and public about the EC institution. My second issue, Mr. Nana Ebosokakra, has to do with Article 270 and 276. Recognizing the chieftaincy institution. If you look at the Constitution now, the Constitution recognizes the chieftaincy institution, but as to their role in development, it is missing. And until na services say, galam say, ati say, ewo mining no. Nana kan rightly say, galam say issue ye de ma ahemfo no, because ye nkola no ne yesi bremu ye nko bremu mu bnada. Musuo na ko bremu mu bnada. Se bibia kra nyewa, ase susum bi wankasa obefia, bibi nyewo but bibi beyo. Really, no, I believe that we should look at the Article 270, any 270, and Yama Inc. encore the role of the chiefs, you know, in development, and I believe Sababwai. My last one, Article 13.1, about the death penalty. I believe that you heard global trends are death penalty. It's becoming outmoded in a way. Okay,
good morning. My name is Paul Asanyofe, Municipal Chief Executive for Okeapum South. Prof, quick one on 78, the issue you raised. I think that by electing to be a member of the legislature, you forfeit to be a member of the executive. So in place of 78, there should be a clear clause barring the president from nominating anybody in parliament, because the person has naturally elected not to be part of the executive. So that's my recommendation there. Now, my main issue, since I'm from local government, will be under 240, the raised about when into the problems. First is whether it should be partisan. I think an aspect of our governance, I'm fine. An aspect of governance should be without the NDC and the MPP. There should be an element of our governance that is not really partisan. And so I believe that we should preserve the municipal, local governance leadership for that. Now, among the problems you raise, one that I want to maybe prompt the committee of every one of us on is the issue 240, 2D, 243, 2B. In 42D, the law that as far as practicable, service of local government shall be the subject to the effective control of local authorities. Now you come to 240, is saying that municipal chief executive or the chief executive is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the local authority or the assembly. You had earlier said that as far as practicable. So more or less you are limiting the power of a chief executive. And I give a practical example. I sit in my office and there are people in the local authority who don't turn up for work. And as MC, you are virtually tied. Nobody dare do that where I was before I came to the assembly. You won't try because the next morning you are going. But in the municipal assembly, per these provisions, since they are hiding under the local government service, they are able to do whatever they want. But at the end of the day, the municipal chief executive is supposed to account or be responsible for whatever goes on at the assembly. So I think that in as much as we all agree to amend the law to elect, these are some of the practical problems we'll be facing. Do we leave the local government service to stand as it is now, or in amending 240 and the subsequent articles, we have to also look at what we do to the Local Government Service Act? Thank you very much.
MC for New Jabbing North. Finish.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Samuel Adongo, Municipal Chief Executive for New Jabbing North Municipal Assembly. I will add something to what my colleague just said concerning local government and with the issue of electing an MC or a DC or a mayor. Looking at the current status or the current state of Ghana, I see it clearly that Ghana is not yet matured enough to go into that trend, electing a municipal chief executive or a DC. And the issue is this. Even currently, that MMDs are being appointed within the municipality, there are a whole lot of wrongdoing that are going on. And for you to have that capacity and that authority to control and manage your municipality well, you will need to have that free mind, not thinking of an election that might be ahead of you. Let me put this in our local dialect. Within our localities, it's like everyone is having in one way or the other a relationship with the other person. Obinuya eye obi adamfo. Ena obi adamfo enso ye obinuya. So we are interconnected. The person would dump that refuse in the gutter just behind his building or his house. The person will be arrested and will be taken to the police station. The person will get to the police station, there will be a call from the family member who happens to be your friend. Honorable, me wo fasano yachino aden we ko tunra egugatem. This is something that the MC should have that authority to say no to any influence from anyone from the community. But the current situation where we are now asking that MMDs will be elected, the person will be much concerned about his position or the next getting the opportunity to be elected again, because most of our people are not yet ready to understand simple basic things. I think we will have to first educate our people very well to be responsible for everything or everything that happens within our locality or within our environment. If we get to do that well, then I think we can start electing MMDs, and that will help us. Then with the issue of Galamsey, I think our local authorities, then our traditional should be given opportunity to decide who should do mining within a town or any locality. The reason is this: when that person coming to mind in that community happens to get the authority from above, and when they come there, they don't listen to anyone again. If that chief within that town is having the ultimate authority to decide as to who should mine, I think it will help us a lot. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Jane Count, we patrol me, Kwame Asa Ado. I said, I'm tempted me question, I'm bisa, I'm a keka. A patrol say, Yena Yawahai was my first point. Yena Yabeka no cry. We want the development of the country called Ghana. We want our voice heard. That is why this Constitutional Review Committee. Sena Ohene Kaya and yes, we want our voice seen in the new constitution. Your politics are say nyoma be brave. When you come to our public sector government, it's no say nyoma be brave. And see, I know guy now person not real politics, which it shouldn't be like that. So the first point, menya powers of the first gentleman of the land, president, with respect to our and CEOs, among the rest, them appointed, head of states, head of institution, CEOs, in California. Second one, Obi kind, yempe a national developmental plan in the constitution. I will say a BIM, new one ever ban me, because I said party way bar or any dear party for bar no way to yes, Anna, you're bombing. We are not helping the country. Yes, Anna Ghana for Akuma Yomoya. Until you person me who know constitution, new one, your developmental plan. At the end, say party A a Juma way, na party B to aswa, a my employment grabber or my name. Final privileges via your ministers, any CEOs, any appointees be general. Menyankai Embra constitution because at times ote some allowances be a CEO BJ, Minister BJ. Now be sound say I don't know or a different person we're gonna have. We are all within the public service. But now ebi mo just saying I said they are living on a different planet in this country. Me pacho mama say nyomano Embra constitution mu say na o ma hene kan me pese me hu new one am be pese me hu wo me hu pe that means that mo am fa de aka bia anye hwe me damase
yo medindi doji ya ogbomita me assemblyman pese me bisa se constitution aka bibi afa your welfare, assemblyman for welfare, who ana because ye bre what that 2 o'clock crowd they are from. Nyama be bre wa ye assembly members ni ye ya we are not benefit from it. Ye ankasari ye resources and yes I there yes I put in to be person constitution say assembly members no bia ususu ba who was say at the end of we na ye won dey be enu tira bi ya
mesre bebri say yeah said the question ne kom wan no ha dwen ina obi owo a the person can obi aka deda no wa withdraw wo de no wa hu na bibia ye ntiem ti Madam MC.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I support the call for electing MMDCs. However, I suggest the government of the day names contenders from a list of people who put themselves up for elections in the district. Mr. Chairman, I ban sana se unim se obekwa abato ebeto so aba wajumedi a obedi no obeye ama ebe cover the whole district because ebia wa adwene se obesan akobiem nti se wantimi and develop district na okona ukojina ho se ensanto abama wa amanfo no beto abetia. Also a reduce frictions between MMDCs and MPs. MPB ni DCB or much because obi suspect say obi babijina MP. And afi emma MMDCs no so security. Say ene yebeyi wedi ochina obi akwakodi won konkonsa. So I support the call for elections. The second one is I suggest the current form of custodial sentence should be reviewed to focus more on community services. And the Anti-American Sane say, oh, Sebio, oye papa, and I'm now what community name. Now, what could we aboard there? What could you be a punch and a coqua? Now, Yamawa ye, Juma community name. Now we're pushing a phone home. So, Kofu will be a punch, you know. As a copra, and a cotte got him. Now will be a home. We did say about a crime rate, a before. Because William say, one Kofu who say we are Jumaso Kodis Aboni, we are, and ya dear bedding, obey. See, entron to an emfa quine a befaswa, a bit me, I minimize custodial sentences now. And easy the prisoner rates now away your prisons no. And I'm a last one. MMDCs take blames for financial malpractices. But then as an MMDC, you know, only opportunity to even sign on the checks. But technocrats, no, and it is a jumedi, no. But say BBC says, "Siana, so DCB disca, DCB say, but who needs our opportunity, no? What the answer will buy near the abegu when him say approval, Emma Womo, until who approve near Kwakuyi, say near ye, no, and one who approve ya na said there, ye be who no near Cassisi dear eden, abem. So if they will give us the opportunity to be our signatories to the accounts now, it will help us. My name is Honorable Linda Henkra, DCE for Atamansa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Gifty Mesiame, representing NAGRAT, Koforidua, National Association of Graduate Teachers. Please, mine is a suggestion that there should be an article on education in the Constitution, because now we have Article 190, which puts education under public services. But if you have article on education, and we talk of quality, access to quality education, there will be some subsections to guide the country, since education is one of the pillars for development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. My name is Rita Blepu, Eastern Region Atlas Coordinator, Ghana National Association of Teachers, the Ladies Society. Mine has to do with, thank you. Mine has to do with Article 28, protection of children. There should be provisions that specifically address the protection of girls in schools. Now that the Girl Child Education Unit is functioning, the teenage pregnant girls are in school, but there is no conducive environment for them.
these girls during examination time, especially BECE, give birth during examination, and there is no provision for them to even send them to the health facility to write their papers there. So they are to write their exams at the examination center. So I'm appealing that safe environment should be provided for these girls to enable them stay in school. Then also, I want to talk about the boys' education. It's like the boys are neglected. So the deviant behaviors we are seeing at the schools, most of them are caused by the boys. So as we have the girls' education unit, a unit should be created for the boys. Though we are terming it as gender desk, the attention is more on the girls than the boys. So I'll entreat that a provision should be made for the boys, because these are girls, they will eventually grow to marry these boys we are neglecting today. And my last appeal is that clinical psychologist desks should be provided at the districts and regional education directorate to address psychosocial issues of teachers. A lot of things are happening and teachers are taking their lives. Things that if they are cancelled or they have the education, the opportunity is given to them, they would have overcome it. But due to lack of these clinical psychosocial issues, they are taking their lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Tete, a rep from the CSOs. My concern also has to do with Article 28, but mine is at clause 2 and 3, regarding to children being protected from engaging in work that is considered as a threat. And then the clause 3 also states that child shall not be subjected to torture or other cruel or inhumane treatment. When you read the Criminal Act 1960, under the chapter 371, it says, exposing child to danger or abandoning the child, that's a criminal offense. I want to know, like, the statements sound vague to me, because children who are on the street, who are hawking, are at the expense of being killed, being amputated by accidents and reckless driving. So if we say work that causes harm, what do we mean by that? And since we are reviewing our constitution, I think we should take a look at that, give more interpretation to that statement so that it will factor these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Moses Asaramensa, a representative from Presbyterian Church of Ghana, Koforidua Ascension Congregation. My submission is about rent and land issue. And in the Constitution, it is stated that a landlord is not supposed to take a rent advance not more than 6 months. But in Ghana here, any Koforidua here way will be to make 2 years advance. Now, she cry and ya say agent or so bebemuno. Wo na wo pedine. I had fear and asked man say on she will be man medidine. One I was saying to commissioner a woman. Anna, Emrano Swasia can say, Ube to me at the if you be or charge a man a bro, rent in a so, aqua, emblem. Yen hai, I want you be a singing room self contained beer, a walk, a beer, baby to say, Opokunis near Chico, obey me at your 500 cities. Obi so at the Obia, capital view hey ya, obey me at your 350. Intina me be say, rent and a charge, no. Your bedroom who say, wait, single room self contained, saying a SOG, 2 bedroom self contained, saying a SOG. Now say, if you're an agent and we say, oh, charge ya manabroso, I now say, a pepe and a OG. Again, on the land issue, you who say, your title can land guards. Maybe war, and my one who quine say, well, cotton will be assassin, say, or bought assassin who bind. Now, Obi Baswa or Pampa, and I say, or cast a man, I'm sure some mountain teaching snatcher, say, one baby. And maybe war at a chill one. Bibia kura nso nsa nye ya se nsase aye tonton yi. Obu oho no ma asase ndaga na ha. Ebo eda so no ye dollars. Enso ye di cedis. Mesre bisa se emre bi wo ho a echichire sa ne ma we nyina ana. The last one. Wo tutu kwan kakra obon say bus stops minister bus stops ye nkofo si fam na ebi afro na nso bus bi wo ho no ma nipa bi dia ye won lorry station a wogina ho egigi won sika wo drivers na mate fo no ho etomre bi a ema kwan mankofo pocket picking for kra ebam ma wo wi ankofo ne ma bi bisa say emre bi wo ho a echechire saafo ni nyina na medase.
Thank you. My name is Alhassan Yaya from Lower Manyako Municipal Assembly. Mine is on local governance. Article 2441 and 2 says that the district assembly shall have a presiding member who shall be elected by the assembly from among its members, and the presiding member shall be elected by at least 2/3 majority of the members of the assembly. My view is that the 2/3 should be taken out. It's creating a lot of problems for most of the assemblies in the country. Because most of the time you find assembly members divided in party lines. It's creating problems for assemblies to get a presiding member. And it shouldn't even be based on the total membership of the assembly. It should be based on members present and voting at the meeting. It shouldn't be based on the total membership of the assembly. And my second question, my recommendation is that I also support the call for the election of MMDCs, but it should be partisan. Because if it's non-partisan, maybe you can have a whole region where the DCs do not belong to the government of the day, and can create problems when it comes to implementation of programs and policies of the government. And my third one is 252, the DACF. The current provision is that 5% of the total revenue of assembly should be given to the district assemblies for development. My view is that it should be increased to 10%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Naftali Nati, a rep from Upper Menya Krobo. Mr. Chairman, my first point is on Article 70, which I think he was speaking about, but I think these powers in Article 70 given to the president must be looked at again, because higher people occupying such positions, if the president is allowed to be making such appointments, I think it's going to expose them to biasness in discharging their duties. Also in Article 67, presidential message. Taking a new government, the presidential message, the first presidential message, is more or less based on the report from the transition team. In my opinion, I think the president should be given another chance to give a presidential message before the final one, to give us the progress of what he has said he's going to do. The first one is about the report from the transition team and the way forward. I'm suggesting that there should be another one where he gives us the progress of what he said he's going to do before the final one where he comes with the dissolution of parliament. And then my next one is Article 66, the term of office of the president. But I will focus on the two. A person shall not be elected, the term of office, which is the two term. My opinion is that if a president is given a limited term, which is two term, practically, when a president is asked, a president in his final term is asked, what is your take or what you are going to do to resolve the economical challenges, and his response is, the next president is going to do it. I think that because the president feels this is my last term, I'm not subject to maybe accountable to the people of Ghana again. But if hard work is really rewarding, if someone is doing something that is very good, I think we should allow the person to continue. So my opinion on the two terms, which is enshrined in the Constitution, must also be looked at. And my last one is on adverse possession on lands. Please, if this law can be looked at again. Thank you very much.
So, moderator, we'll take a quick short break at 12:30. It's 12:27. I understand that there are some refreshments or snacks there for the break period. So we'll take like a 10-minute break after.
With NCC. So I'll take you to chapter Constitution under Article 1254, the role of the Chief Justice, an administrative power, I'll be very happy. Okay. So I'll be very happy if there is a system to that effect so that the Chief Justice doesn't have that monotony to be empaneled judges at the Supreme Court. Then the next one to Article 128, that is the composition of the Supreme Court. Currently, the law says at least 9 justices of the Supreme Court, but there's no ceiling. So if you are not careful, we'll get a president who will appoint about 90 justices of the Supreme Court. So the Constitution should provide a ceiling to that effect. Then again to justices of the Supreme Court, they are retiring age. I see my lady who is very active currently. I think that if the age is sent to, let's say, 80 years, it will help. Because yes, that is my opinion. If you go to other jurisdictions, justices of the Supreme Court, there is no retirement age or retiring age. So I see my lady here who is very active, helping the committee a lot. So I think that if the age is sent to 80 years, it will help. Then my next question, or my next submission, hello. My next submission, Prof. When you look at Article 60, which talks about the Vice President, there is no provision in the Constitution where a Vice President dies or resigns. So if you are not careful and there is a precedent, what is going to be the position of the law? So we need to look at that as well. The last one, Prof. Here, I take you to Article 28, Clause 5, which defines a child. However, there's no definition of an infant. An infant. There are a lot of laws, or when I take you to the Company Act, there's no clear definition of an infant. When you look at the Courts Act, there's also no definition of an infant. In the Interpretation Act, there's no clear definition of an infant. Usually, Ghana rely on the common law, where an infant is defined as somebody below the age of 21. So if you get a clear cut of the definition of an infant, it will help a lot. The last one. Okay, so I'll end here because of time. Thank you.
school-going learners or peoples are in school. I think that there should be a clause in the Constitution that will give us the guarantee as MMDAs to enact some sort of bylaws to make sure school-going children are in school as learners, to make sure that article, for which reason that article has been put in the Constitution, is brought to fruition. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At the core of our Constitution, I've realized that the welfare of children is key. Introduction, okay, Amenyonam Demanya from Central Assembly Sub-Women Ministry. So I suggest that the current or the new constitution that we are all yearning to have for this country should entrench something like a child care support system for parents. If that is done, then what my son just said, was my student, congratulations. Yes, once my student. What he just said would become a mandatory. Then you have the authority to prosecute a mother or a father who is not sending his child to school. Because the excuses can be given, miniska, but if government gives you something and it is expected of you to take that child to school, then of course that parent would have no excuse not to send that child to school. In our streets, we have a lot of children in the street because of some of these challenges. So if we are really concerned about the welfare of children, please let us take that into consideration. Then again, if you assemble 10 Ghanaian youth here and you ask them the number, how many of them will want to stay in Ghana after school, you may not get even one. The confidence of Ghanaians, including not only the youth, including adults in this country is really going down. What do we do as this constitution, as we seek to get a new constitution? I don't know what we can do to restore confidence of Ghanaians in the welfare of this country, so that everybody will have his hands on deck to ensure that we build a future for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Cropper Gifty, representing the Eastern Regional Police Ladies Association. My question is in three forms. Please, mine is a concern about a review concerning our maternity leave. I seek it can be extended to the 6 months. The second one is, in the review, I want us to consider the health sector, being the nurses, the doctors, as also essential workers, so that the strikes and other things can be cut off. My third suggestion too is going to the appointment of the head of securities. I suggest that during our review, we should consider it by taking that constitutional right from the president and giving it to the institutions so that they can be appointed according to seniority, which will avoid the partisan politics when they all rise to the commissioner level. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. My name is Bismarck Enyankwa Opoku, the Right Information Officer at Irokrobo Municipal Assembly. There's one that anytime it comes to the public domain, if you are suffering from blood pressure, there's no need to read it. That is the auditor's report. Anytime it comes out and you read it, there are so many financial malfeasance, embezzlement, and so on. And the Public Account Committee has been tasked to do that. So sometimes when you are watching television, how they handle some of the issues, I think that, and I suggest that there should be a judicial body which will be set up in the Constitution to have prosecutorial powers to be in charge of that, so that when public servants, especially, they embezzle money, they should be, that body should take charge of that. so that they will prosecute them. And my second issue is that when the issue of one Mr. Kwabla Edubwai came out, it happened that it seems some of the security agencies, they are exempted from the Auditor General auditing them. So if those institutions or bodies, something must be done about it so that they can be audited, so that when there's financial malfeasance, it will not take like when the party in power leaves before another one will come, they will come to know that this thing has happened. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorcas, a rep from New Durban South Youth Parliament. Jury trial under Article 19 and in Acts 29 and 30. I would like to add my voice to the abolishment of same. Yes, because looking at it, it delays trials in courts. Some absent themselves, and even some of them don't even know their mandate. So I would like to add my voice to the abolishment. Also, when it comes to the three arms of government, Articles 53, 97, and 125, I know Ghana, we have this separation of powers, although it's not straight. When you look at Article 25, which establishes the judiciary, it's independent. The judiciary is supposed to be independent and not subject to any of the two arms. But when it comes to the appointment, which is in the hands of the president, although on the advice of the Council of State and in consultation with on advice of the Judicial Council and consultation with the Council of State, if there can be an independent body that can look into the appointments, promotions, and removal of the justices of the higher courts. Because looking at the current happenings, it's been associated with political something. Some people are of the view that because the current Chief Justice was appointed by the president, the current president the petition for her being removed from office is based on politics. So if we should have an independent body that looks into the removal, the appointments, and promotion, I think it will be a good thing. Thank you.
Please, good afternoon. I'm Priscilla Edu Amankwa, and what I'm going to say is basically one of the things she has spoken about. I'm more concerned about Article 144, which has to do with the appointment of the Chief Justice. And I believe that if the Chief Justice is mostly appointed by the President and is vetted by with consultation with the Council of State and everything, it looks more politically biased. So I would suggest that the appointment of the Chief Justice can be done by the Ghana Bar Association with the Council of State and also the Supreme Court judges. And also, another one has to do with Article 202, which has to do with the appointment of the IGP. And I believe that also with the appointment of the IGP, if the appointment is done by the President, it also gives this notion that it's being politically biased. So I believe that if the police service themselves are given the opportunity to appoint their IGP without any interference by any political party or the President, it will give the citizen the confidence that whoever has been elected is solely going to look out for the rights of the citizen and not for the President or the political party appointed. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is McLean Ado, a rep from Eastern Regional Coordinating Council, Human Resource Department. My concern is about national infrastructure. To be precise, uncompleted projects. I want to suggest that if a committee will be set aside, that is a neutral committee will be set aside, they go run across the country to conduct some survey and bring a report to make sure that a succeeding government will complete our uncompleted project before he will be allowed to start a new project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Your friend Albert Ayesu Kwedu. And me kasa fa sani yefa so eto about Ghana. Me how nyina say sani aye to aba Ghana no. Anytime bia aye beto aba no na casualties ewu. Nti e ka me nkom so me adwen chite kaka me kita ni say sani aye call balloting no yen ko digitalization na emwa sani be ya yen ko gina queue mu emma casualties ensi ewo oman ni. Me kaka me ono.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. In fact, you're from Williams Kwesi Granting. Me PRO, Emma, near the Parliament Youth in Agriculture. Me person me kasafa agriculture wokakra. Niedi kan me kasafa ye nsase sem ho. Ekwan a ye fa so enya nsase ediye afuo no. At times na youth na ye tue ho asi ho se yenso ye beye afuo de aboa oman no. Eya na ye fa problems bebre mu, ye struggle, ye bre ansa na ye nya asase no. Meanwhile no so at times ya na aban no so nsase bebre gu ho a ebi wa ye mfa nya hwe na asase no eso afu na da ho. Mr. Susan ka aban no betumi aye bibi aboa ye youth na yenso ye pa asase de ye afuo na anka ebeboan. Ne to so mienu enso ye youth representation in agri policy making, both in regional and national. Say and also we betumi the young youth no ahye policy making be concerning agri mu a na yenso ya be kire ya adwe ho anka and also ebeboan. Ana ne to so marketing systems. Igana ekwan ye fa so edi edwa, kwan ye fa so to enema. At times na yan adwadifo no ya na yema oman no mu yedin. Na da kwahya aban, yesa aban aman ma yedin. Nanso ade no se esese ye ton no 2 cedi a, obi agoton no 3 cedi, obi ton no 4 cedi. Sa na ama oman ma yedin because me kura 2 cedi. Na me call shop am no say 2 cedi so me call no na entisa. Obi a wo kwan of faso ton na de. Esese ye nya regulated system bi a ebe ma yenso ye hu kwan ye nema ne bro ebe ye pe. Uko stove bia say 2 cedi a hanso be 2 cedi. Madam Ase.
Yo, me da so titina ni me Ghana ni de ka twi na na meka. Nya me sam me hawo nyina ne se yakọ amamra no mu a obi a ofa hodie se otimi do mweku a ope ana osom a ope. Na mom yeba oman mu akuru ya ba yentem ye nkremosom ne osom aka nyina na kristosom no kuru ya wo yentem ama na bibia adwumadi bia nyina dibom. Na mba asua bia tse second cycle institutions a school hono no how kakra ho ye tiete binum fa hodie so e hono ebi won say Christopher school na do so na obekọ ba bi no na nkremofo na e hono no ye ma won kwa ma won som se ne fata sana Islamic school bi ho e bi metima ka se obi ho so a oma Christopher kwan nti me pese mmara no be ma kwan se obi abetima som no som se ne fata esanse ba bi amefi my child was second cycle for 24 good years. I'm going to say, oh, how are you fair move on mono, said Incremofo no, I'm what? Yes, I'm a main crime, me, I'm a general, and never go ha, the breast and can be deep probably and farm me, as I say, or some mammy womunti. And say, oh, my, I owe me a pass from you, baby, a tintino. A palm me and in your say, yen, I know your home. Do yonko sell who uncas a do, yonko cremoni, Saint Christoni, and other Christoni Saint Cremoni, and to Mr. a honey and penny, Nancy, oh, my, and absolutely.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lord Samuel Ewua from Fantiakwa North. Mr. Chairman, when we look at the composition of cabinet, we have the floor and the ceiling. But when you come to Article 78(2), the president is given a blank check as to nominate number of ministers as may deem fit or that may be effective for the running of the country. Mr. Chairman, you talked about cost of running government. I think the last time when we had about over 100 ministers, we saw the uproar that it generated, and nobody can doubt the cost involved. So I think with the ministers, we should have a ceiling for ministers, because we have come a long way. Now, even when you look at ministries, per convention and what we have gone through, we know certain ministries that even the Constitution can make them as a standing ministries. And then the president can be given the opportunity to have a limited ad hoc ministries. Because when you go to our district assemblies, apart from the executive committee, we have standing subcommittees. So why is it that when it comes to the top there, we have just given the president a blank check? I think we should have a ceiling for ministers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman. My name is Christopher Agana, Social Welfare and Community Development, Tiwa West District. My input this afternoon has to do with Article 22, which is the property rights of spouses. We know in Ghana, when we say spouse, then it has to do with some legal ties that you would have in respect of marriage. Now, our marriage system now, in Ghana, we have had cohabitation becoming one of the marriages now, which is captured by Statistical Service, and majority of people are cohabiting, particularly in this region that I have come to. You have a lot of them cohabiting, and then you give birth to 1, 2, 3, then the man feels that he has no ties or legal ties to you, he throws you out, and then you are left, the woman is left with the children to struggle in terms of upkeep, and that intergenerational cycle of poverty keeps rounding up. What do we do in this regard for the law to actually recognize such people who have lived with someone under the same roof for maybe 10 years? Then you throw him off after 3 children because you have no legal ties, there's no bonding. So let's find a way to capture that as well in our constitution. And then also have a binding on our cultural values in terms of legalization of marriages and acceptance by families before that issue of cohabitation comes to play. Now, my next issue is on Article 27, which is rights of women in respect to childbirth. We know it is captured as paid leave. And for most organizations, what we use now is the 3 months leave. Can there be a way, in terms of Ghana Health's promotion of exclusive breastfeeding, which is 6 months, can we have a way of repealing that to give the women maximum time to stay at home and actually carry out that exclusive breastfeeding for these children, so that we wouldn't have them starting complementary feeding at a very early age, and that is causing these issues of stunting and then undernutrition in the country that we are currently faced with. Now, my last one has to do with which one? Okay, I forgot it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, my name is Rebecca Chisa, the DCE for Upper West Akim District, Adesu. Mr. Chairman, please, my question is about what defines me as a Ghanaian, because in the previous ruling from the CJ, our madam, she ruled that birth certificate doesn't define us as a Ghanaian. So as a Ghanaian here today, I want to find out what defines me as a Ghanaian. If there could be a constitutional review about that, I think we will be much grateful. Thank you.
My name is Koforidua, Chairperson for Persons with Disability, New Jabe North. Mr. Chairman, it seems we all heading towards, or we seem to be following the pattern of dealing with the patient and the ailment without thinking about the health professional or the doctor. As CRC, do you have any challenges? Because if I understand, I heard you clearly, you stated that a certain report, a certain input made here was in the reports by your predecessors. What accounted for that suggestion or proposal not being considered then? You see, I'm not old enough, but I've witnessed a couple of reviews in this country. there are certain suggestions or provisions in the constitution that input had come from the general public for changes to be made, and we are still with them here today. So if there is any way the general public can come to your aid so that we petition whichever quarters so that at least you will be well, empowered to deliver on your mandate, I think we will save ourselves a lot of our time. Again, at what point does a proposal become worthy of being considered by the committee? Is it that it should garner a number of support from a certain quarters? Because one of our individuals who came to make a point here, the woman who was talking about informal sector, her points were very solid. Is it that if nobody supports it from whatever quarters, it just falls through and it doesn't go up to be considered? And then finally, with the local government and disability fund of the District Assembly Common Fund, please, I think we need to look at that. My MC is seated here. Sometimes their hands are even tied. We have the local government staff. Some of them are saboteurs. They treat people as if I'm here. Look at where New Joburg North, our assembly is located. As the chairman, sometimes we have to visit them a number of times. Transportation, everything will be borne by us. Sometimes you see that your MC would want things to be done so that there is peace. But at certain units of the assembly, you see people trying to, sabotage the system. So please, we have lodged a series of complaints to local government, but we don't seem to get any response from them. And we are very worried because if tranches are sent or disbursed by the government to the assembly, and for a whole year, disbursement is not made, and persons with disability are waiting. You see, sometimes they go as far as borrowing with the hope that when it comes, they could just pay up and then sort themselves up. And it ends up not coming. It's really frustrating. So please, let's look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, my name is Isaac Yeboah, a Human Resource Manager at Etua West District Assembly. Please, my question has to do with the election of MMDCs. Now, we know that the local government workers, they lead government policies. Whatever policy government would bring on board, we lead as to its implementation at the local level. Now, this election that we are going to do, taking, for instance, a place where maybe it is NDC, which is in government now. We go to Ashanti region, which is a stronghold of the opposition. And when it comes that we need to now for an election, you and I know that the opposition party will have to win all the assemblies. And here come the president has his own ideology of which he wants the district to implement. And you have an opposition DC or MC there. How is it going to be? So I'm of the view that if after the election, after the presidential election, maybe the ruling party will have to elect maybe 3 people to stand for the election, I think it will be able to help for the development of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, my name is Dominic Enyokujo, a public servant. I want to first share my opinion on some of the issues raised by the chair of the committee. I think with the issue of the Council of State, I would suggest that it should be replaced with a second chamber, as it is being done in the federal system. I believe that when we have a second chamber, where people of repute will be sent there, and then they will also have an oversight on our current parliamentary system, which has overly become too partisan. And on my opinion on the issue of the election of the MMDAs, I think Ghana I would personally not advise that we go partisan voting. I think we should maintain the current system and allow the sitting president to appoint people from his political party who will now spearhead some of his agendas. And that's my opinion. Then I think on the issue of the composition of the Council of State, I think it should be amended to include all former heads of state. It should also include all former chief justices. And these things will help unity in the country. Because I don't understand why there will be a Council of State and a sitting, a past or former president who has all the wealth of experience will be sidelined or be sitting in the house and will not be consulted. So I think it's mandatory that where we have come to now, it is better we include former presidents, chief justices and all that as automatic members of the Council of State if we want to maintain that. Then also, on the issue of appointments of heads of security agencies, I think we've come a long way. I don't think we should be allowing a sitting president to appoint heads of security agencies. It should be allowed within their caucuses or their council, and it should be based on seniority. Because the security setup is such that if you promote a junior over a senior, it will create a lot of problems. And with our current system, now we have NDC police and NPP police. And it is setting a bad precedent. So I believe that once it's based on seniority, there will not be that kind of going to, to bootleg politicians for appointment to become IGP over your senior or something. So that is on the issue of the appointment of heads of security agencies. Then the other thing I want to add is the appointment of the EC, not the EC chair, but the other commissioners. All the commissioners, for me, if you are a sympathizer or a card-bearing member of any political party, we are all human beings, we have our biases. So once you are a card-bearing member of a political party or a non-sympathizer, you shouldn't be allowed to sit on the EC, no matter your competence. That's on the issue of appointment of, and that should also, Straj should also have that issue. And I think I must, one thing I have to commend is that I think Straj in the 1992 Constitution is one organization that I can say has stood the test of time, has been able to resist all the political manipulations and is fairly independent. Then also, not the last one, I think multi-citizenship or dual citizenship should be allowed. And once allowed, please, this day and age, we should allow people who are dual citizens or have multiple citizenship to contest for any position in the country. Yeah. Sure, crowd. So thank you. Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Okay. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Simon Abonenga from United One Ghana. I'm here with my colleague. What we want to put before the committee is that under the Ghana's political systems reforms, we have presidential, parliamentary, and proportional. That is what we want the committee to take note on. And when you come to the presidential, we all know that when we go into elections, the party that attains 50+1 votes gets to sit in the seat of government. So what we are proposing is that whereof we have, for example, in 2008 elections, what happened? If a party didn't attain the 50+1 vote, why do we have to go and do a rerun? So the rerun thing is something that we really want to replace the rerun with proportional representation, so that if a party gets 30%, the other one gets 50%, there should be coalition. Coalition government. That is a practice in South Africa. It is practiced in Iceland. Denmark, all those countries, and they are great. Germany, they are all part of, they are all practicing proportional representation. And so under that, we have the parliamentary. So the parliamentary, what we are proposing is that before you become a member of parliament, you should at least, it should be based on 50+1 vote as well. So if United One Ghana member of candidate contest, and then in New Job and North constituency, and then maybe I had 30%. The other candidate also had 20 or 10 or something. I should be able to form government with that particular party. And in the sense that if I am leading, I should be the one to be in parliament. But the other ones that I have formed a coalition with will be at the regional planning committee. That is under the our regionalization policy. So I'll come to that as well. So if we are able to make way for this proportional representation, I think it will be, and then the regional planning committee, the composition will be for the chiefs, the queen mothers, the trade unions, the Ghana Medical Association, the CSOs, and all that will be represented. And decisions will be made in the region. We don't want a situation whereby the government will be all the time giving directions to all the regions to do this, do that. No. The regions must have their say. They must plan whatever it is in the region. And the region, the planning committee, will take charge of the Council of State. That means that we are proposing that we abolish the Council of State and replace it with the Regional Planning Committee. And the Regional Planning Committee will be able to advise the president accordingly based on the issues happening in their various regions. So that is basically what. Thank you.
Nana Ibu Masimo, for chairman, Mifi GPRTU of TUC. The Fleming Nana Kodjo Boati, aka Cooley, let the poor enjoy. Nana Masemi Mienu Pe Ghana higher near Tuaba, a man pennyphobic parliament. Omo Koshem Lama, but you be home parliament, you are no more. Teacher ni na bachelor mo ade na enemu nyina amotia parliament omokwa mfie na na obi nkobio ne ex gracia boto e na ode koji teacher ni bachelor dia 20 years ne ex gracia ketua bi mommo modi na momfa we share constitution mu na mommo teacher fo na omo na mama yesi ne atosu bio yetia na kwa menkoma baji independence near deep pounds and shillings. Oba no see made city and ordinary so. Ghana had the dollars in a twadie. Instead of the cities better the Ama Ghana yet ting. Moses city dollars near new Abu. Yenny cities no one for share constitution. Obi kuta dollar on Franco non Franco Buchni. Madame say Yamishlamu.
Thank you very much. Chairman, respectfully, we are waiting for your response.
Thank you very much. I think this second round, if my notes are correct, I've counted about 30 or 31 submissions from the floor. Very impressive participation. I will invite my members who would like to comment or raise questions or follow up to do so, and then I will do likewise when it gets to my turn. So if any of the members would like to follow up or comment or supply an answer or anything. Sorry, our secretary, Dr. Reina Akumperija, is here. He had a small problem in the morning and had to take care of it. But we are happy that he's been able to join us. So Dr. Esi Ansa, Justice Adenyira, Godwin, any follow-ups?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to react to a couple of concerns raised. And I'm not sure I'm going to be exhaustive, but I'm just going to pick and choose some of the issues and to allow our other colleagues to deal with the rest of the issues. There was a question about provision for pension for self-employed persons. And my take on this matter is that under the current rules of SNIT, there is room for this already. And we do not have to reinvent the wheel. So once you go to SNIT and you can tell them that you are self-employed, they will put you on a plan. And we don't need constitutional intervention to effect this change. Then there was an issue in relation to land acquisition, as well as the payment of rent in excess of 6 months. Well, indeed, you do not find this provision in the Constitution. You find it in the Rent Act. That is where it is. And in fact, it is an offense to take rent in excess of 6 months. It's punishable by law to a term of imprisonment and a fine as well. I am aware that this particular law is being reviewed, but the process has not terminated. The real challenge is not even with the amount, but it's just, I think, a factor of the economics. Because even if you will not pay, somebody is willing to pay. Will you sleep outside? So you are forced, in a sense, to pay. And that's what I think we should focus our attention on. But in terms of the law, yes, you are right. That is not in the Constitution. This is a matter that can be dealt with by statute. And there is already a provision on that matter. So I don't think we should worry too much. But I know that there are processes which are far advanced to deal with this particular matter. Then there is also an issue about adverse possession. Somebody said that we should make provision for adverse possession in the Constitution and that we should deal with it. The person did not provide great detail, but let me just explain what it actually means. Under our current laws, where you have land and you are not attending to it, and another person goes onto that land in excess of 12 years, you, the true owner, you will be barred from bringing an action to evict the person. So the person, in a sense, becomes the owner. And that's what I think the gentleman is talking about, that we should do something about it. It's in the law. So if it means you are not interested in the land, because if you have land and you've sat by for 12 years, it means you are not interested in the land. And land serves a purpose of development. So if you are not interested and somebody is interested, of course, you allow that to slip. Because we will say that if you sleep on your right, it will slip under you. So you have to be very careful, you have to be very watchful, and anytime someone goes onto your land, you must immediately take steps. We are not saying go and fight. You can go to a lawyer, go to court, and let them summon the person. Immediately, time stops to run. So this is just a response to this particular matter, which I do not think ought to go into the Constitution. On the question of making the retirement age of Supreme Court judges to 80 years, I think is excessive. I mean, my personal view of this matter is that I think 70 is good enough. By then, you'd have served your nation well enough. I think 80 years would be an overkill. It's as if you don't want them to rest. In fact, you want them to work until they die. It's not fair. We should allow them some time to catch up with life. Because we know that the life of a judge is a very difficult one. Then somebody spoke about doing away with the jury system. And, well, there are challenges. The jury system is always fraught with challenges because the composition of jurors in this country, not to be very educated people of average education. And it excludes a large number of people who are very educated. And I think that's something we need to look at, but there's a good reason for it. And the underpinning point about the jury system is to involve ordinary people in the administration of justice. I think we have to find ways of fine-tuning it to make it more functional and to deal with questions of influence. Because in some cases, we know that we need unanimity. They should all agree to have a certain verdict. And one person dissenting can lead to a different outcome. These are matters we need to check. Because if you look at the Constitution carefully, it tells us that the state power emanates from we the people. That's why we are a republic. And so why would you administer justice without the inclusion of the people? And so the jury system affords us the opportunity to include ordinary people in the administration of justice. So I don't think we should do away with it, but maybe we may have to find ways of fine-tuning it. I think I will allow my colleagues to take a bite at the cherry, and at the right time, I may come back if there is any such opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to continue the jury system. In fact, it still continues to be in existence because jury trial is for murder cases. And so until we have the death penalty, then that's what means that we need jury even for murder trials. So we can replace it with something like assizes. Perhaps non-lawyers will assist a judge in a murder trial. So even if you want to do away with jury trial, because of the constitutional provision that we need a jury for murder cases, then it still has to be done until we abolish the death penalty, and then we'll be able to abolish that section. On school worship in schools. In fact, it has been a problem where there are Muslims in Christian schools. Some schools are very liberal. They give the opportunity to the Muslim students, especially during the fasting period, even to fast and have their prayers. And in fact, when I was in active service, there was a constitutional case for interpretation about freedom of worship in schools. But it wasn't determined till I retired. I don't know whether it has been determined. If it has been determined, I don't think this issue will still be. And then there was an issue about as for the retirement, he has dealt with it. And then also persons with disability. There are sufficient regulations under the Act. So it's the enforcement that is required. And if the LI up to now has not been passed, perhaps if that is done, it will be okay to implement all the requirements under the Act. So some of these proposals that we are giving, they are very useful, but most of them will be dealt by statute. So if the Constitution comes out and you do not see your view expressed there, it may be contain a recommendation for statutes, regulations to be made. So this is my assurance to you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. The gentleman who spoke about youth in agric, I like your suggestion, where there's land that is there, there are young people who can farm the land, etc. That's useful. You mentioned needing to have the voice of young people in agric, and I was wondering if you had any specific recommendations, because there's really nothing that bars young people from making their point where policy is concerned in agric. So I just wanted to know if you have is there any constraints you faced? Or is there something that is holding young people back from getting involved in agric? And is there a recommendation you have? And then the recommendation about reducing the age for standing for election, contesting for president. I totally understand. I just wanted to understand further the rationale. How do we decide? Is it an arbitrary number? Oh, 30. 30 sounds nice. Oh, let's make it 21 because that's the age at which you can actually enter parliament. And I raise this just to also draw your attention to the fact that as we make the recommendations, we should remember there are all sorts of nuances. You know, it's not just coming up with a number, coming up with a figure, upper limit, lower limit, but then the logic behind it. So as you make your suggestions, it's really useful when you give us alternatives. You know, this is the status quo. This is what I recommend. And sometimes explain the logic behind why you are suggesting what you are suggesting. And for the rent control, for example, there are all sorts of market forces. You can't neglect those things. So it's helpful when you give us specific alternatives. Oh, I think it should be done this way or that way, and this is why. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's just one thing I want to talk about. One of the contributors, he was questioning what is the modality in having your view captured in the recommendations of the committee. Whether or not, it depends on the popularity of the decision and whether we're going to vote on it or not. I'm drawing my chairman's attention so that he can throw more light to it. But what I can say is that every view that is shared here is very, very important. It may not find itself eventually as part of the recommendations, but it can inform and bring some quality or some values to an existing idea. And it will surprise you that as we go around the regions, we have heard ideas that we have never heard anywhere, even after engaging with experts in Accra. And so I encourage that you bring your views, and like my colleague just said, Dr. A.C. Ansah, once you have an opinion on the matter, bring also some solution to it. Bring us your recommendations, and that at the end of the day, the opinions and all that is expressed here and elsewhere would inform the quality of the recommendations that we are going to propose for the country, for the people of this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before our chairman takes the last bite, there was a proposal in relation to cohabitation, which you'll find in Article 22. And that's a very topical matter we need to deal with. What we need from you in terms of suggestion now is how many years should the cohabitees have lived in order for them to have spousal rights, if we come to that point? Should it be 2? Should it be 4? Should it be 10? Because elsewhere they've had issues in places like Kenya and the rest, where they will say, for example, that I think it's about 4. 2 years. I think Ghana, in our spousal properties bill, we suggested 4. That where 2 persons have lived in the eye of the public as a spouse, and one passes on, the other should be entitled to some benefits. But it never saw the light of day, because there were all manner of agitations against it in Parliament. But the question, and that's one good reason why we are here, how many years, if at all, you think we should legitimize cohabitation in our constitution? And if so, how many years should they have lived together for such rights to accrue?
Thank you, members, for those comments, and thank you to all of you for those very useful, interesting, exciting proposals and contributions. I think the discussion has been very robust. I would like to just make a few general remarks to complement what my colleagues have said before responding specifically to some of the issues that were raised. And I think the point has been made that whether or not your recommendation or proposal is reflected in a revised constitution should not be the only test that you should use to judge the utility of this process. We are a Constitution Review Committee. The Constitution, I think, as the moderator indicated at the beginning, is the supreme law of the land, but it is not the only law of the land. In fact, on a day-to-day basis, we are governed directly, more directly, by a lot of laws that you don't find in the Constitution. At the local level, there are bylaws. At the national level, there are LIs, there are statutes, acts of parliament. All of those are laws and are valid. A number of the things that you've talked about here, if you don't find them in the Constitution, the right person that should be taking those things up is not another Constitution Review Committee 10 years later, it's your MP. Members of Parliament are first and foremost lawmakers. A lot of the things about age of consent, age of marriage, these are things in Acts of Parliament. So if you want a different age of consent, a different age of marriage, the most appropriate person is your Member of Parliament. And thankfully now we have a system where citizens can, through a private member's bill, you can get a Member of Parliament to actually sponsor a bill in Parliament that you have brought up. You can get together with people, maybe with the help of some person, a lawyer, civil society leader, or whatever, and prepare something like a draft bill and talk to your Member of Parliament and say, look, given the way society is evolving around cohabitation and all of these things, we need to recognize cohabitation in our laws because people who are in those relationships are suffering, whether or not they have children. Once the relationship ends, they walk away. They spent 10 years of their lives, 5 years of their lives with this person. The public understood that they were married even though there was no official ceremony to that effect. And they walked away, and there are issues, so please, equitable treatment. Those things can be taken up by a Member of Parliament. And so don't let this be the last time that you actually bring forth an issue like this. Unfortunately, maybe you don't get to meet your MPs in this kind of encounter regularly. But this is something that we can also push for, that Members of Parliament must be required when they are back in their constituencies to engage in public forums like these so that issues that can be resolved through Parliament, through an act of Parliament, may be taken up by them and moved forward. So you don't have to wait every 10 years or so for a constitution review process. So having said that, let me try and respond to some of the issues that I have noted here, beginning with the Omanhin of Achim Kotoku. I happen to have gone to school in his jurisdiction, secondary school, for 7 years. So Oda and all of its environs are areas very familiar to me. Now, the point that you raised about land and wealth and natural resources, as I indicated, this is a very important issue that even at the highest level, I made mention that one former president very, very clearly told us that the current arrangement is not sustainable. You cannot come to somebody's land, recognize them as the owners of the land, and then take probably the most valuable resource from that land without their say-so, and then share it also without their say-so. So I think we've gotten to a point in our evolution as a country where we have recognized that that arrangement must change. And at the highest level, there is support for that arrangement. In fact, the very first engagement we had in Accra was on lands and natural resources. And everybody who was there noted that the status quo is not sustainable. So it's clear that you are not alone in thinking that this arrangement cannot work going forward. So with or without Galamsey, I think the principle has been accepted. Local communities must participate in decisions around the allocation of rights to mine or to take resources from their land, as well as in decisions around the sharing of the benefits accruing from that wealth. Some of the outstanding questions are as follows. Now, and I think the other and the related question is the role of chiefs in our governance system, both at the local level and at the national level. So at the local level, a number of the issues that have been raised is when we move forward to MMDCs, wherever going to be the role of traditional authorities within local government. That issue is one of the key issues confronting us. And we have received various submissions. It's one of the key issues that will be before us when we meet the National House of Chiefs. But when we were in, in Tamale and Bolga and others, various chiefs have made submissions on that. So, for example, at the national level on the Council of State, one proposal is to do away with all of the 16 elected members who are chosen from the various district assemblies at the regional level and sent to the Council of State, and replace them with, say, 16 who maybe could be nominated by each regional House of Chiefs. It doesn't have to be a chief, but the regional House of Chiefs will choose one person who is a chief or a queen mother or a notable citizen from the region. And that will take care of the 16 number, because people are a bit uncomfortable about the election of those people and the violence that attended the last elections. So there are those kinds of proposals. But I think one of the main issues is what role must chiefs play in our new local government system? So that is one of the issues. Some people say the 30% that is currently for government appointees, take all of those 30, give them to chiefs and certain identifiable minorities in the community, underrepresented groups, women, persons with disability, but be specific about the number so that we have clarity. So there are various proposals that we are looking at. So I would also invite you and your colleagues at the regional level can input to make a decision on this issue, because it's one of the main issues that we're going to confront. On the mining issue, then people ask, okay, if we're going to have a local community participate in the grant of a concession or mining rights, who will that local community be? Is that the chief alone, the Amahing, if there are multiple Amahing in a particular geographic or catchment area of the mine, how do we decide those things? Those are practical issues. Then the assembly, what is the nature of the participation rights between the chief and the assembly? Yes, the land may be owned by the chief, but we are talking about community participation. The chief is not going to police the land or the mineral alone. You need locals to help you to also police it. What is going to be their role? Then chieftaincy disputes. People are saying, well, one of the big problems with giving a lot of power to chiefs is that, well, even now, without that power, we have a lot of chieftaincy disputes. And sometimes whole communities the development of the community is held up just by the mere fact that there's a long-standing chieftaincy dispute that is unresolved. You give this kind of participation right, or the right to a concurrence or consent to the chief, now there will be even more chieftaincy disputes. And if the community is to get a share of, say, royalties from the gold mine or diamond mine or manganese or whatever it is, and the chieftaincy is disputed, who gets to keep the money? Currently, Stool Lands Administration already, when it comes to stool land, they are keeping all kinds of money because chieftaincy disputes are there. They don't know who to disburse it to. And there are all these problems. So there are very practical problems that have been brought to our attention. So it's an important part of the conversation. We need to have some answer. We can't answer every question, but we need to have some answers to these questions that arise once we move forward with this proposal. But I can assure you that it is not, we are going to, there will be change coming out of this process. What change, I cannot guarantee, but there will be positive change coming out of this process. The MMDCAs, there was a very interesting point. I think the DCE from Esuojaman and others have made this point about the education and the enforcement of the compulsory free education. I think there was an interesting proposal to allow the MMDAs the authority or the power at that level through bylaw to help with the enforcement of that. I think it's a very innovative proposal. One of the biggest challenges we have had with this constitution is that a lot of things are in the constitution. The enforcement is lacking. So, for example, somebody had an interesting proposal about persons with disability and said, well, the Disability Act of 2006, the LI has still not been passed. And you know that in many of these cases, when you make a law through an act of parliament, it must be followed up for implementation by a legislative instrument. And sometimes you make a beautiful law as an act, and then the LI never comes. Maybe one of the ways we can help solve that problem is to put a time limit and say, when you make a law of this kind, the LI must follow within X number of months. That's how, in some countries, they have forced the hand of whoever must do the LI to do it. Because if you just pass the law and the LI never follows, then the law is useless because there's no implementation. So these are some things that can be done through the Constitution. You can say that where an act of parliament is passed, the ministry or the agency that is responsible for enacting the regulations that follow from that act must enact those regulations within X number of months after passage of the law. That's one, then we can actually force something to happen. So sometimes it's really an enforcement issue. And I think there are some ideas that we've gotten from here that would be useful. The money in politics, I think we've discussed that somebody proposed funding of political parties. That was also one of the early proposals we got from one of the big civil society organizations in Accra that look at political parties especially. So there's this idea of public funding of parties, and that once you fund parties, then you can regulate them. Again, people have a lot of concerns around giving taxpayers money to political parties and accountability and all of those things. But it shows you how desperate we are to solve that problem. People are really looking for a solution to this money in politics problem, that some are willing to even allow their taxpayers' money to be used to replace the money that parties are collecting from people we don't know. Because everybody agrees that that is one of the biggest sources of corruption. Because once somebody has given you 1 million cedis, 2 million, 3, 4, 5, they will find a way to get it back. And government contracts and procurement are the things that are going to be sold or offered in place of that. So this is a critical issue that we will be looking at. I think on the issue of the president's 2 terms, there is not much ambiguity about that. A president can serve only 2 terms. It doesn't matter consecutively or non-consecutively. In fact, when you look at Article 2462, in Article 2462, which applies to MMDCs, it says, a person shall not hold office as a district chief executive for more than 2 consecutive terms. So in the Constitution, where the people who wrote the Constitution wanted to put consecutive, they put it there. So MMDCs can go and come, and go and come, and go and come. More than 2. As long as after 2, they go out. They can come back again. Presidents, 2 is the total number. There is no fight around that. If anybody tells you there's ambiguity, there is no ambiguity. President can only serve 2 terms. You can go and come. It's still 2. So there shouldn't be any ambiguity about that. The point from the Dressmakers Association about the pensions and those things, as my colleague said, the current law, SNIT, is able to do that, but there's also a constitutional provision, actually. So when you look at Article 37A of the Constitution, it's already provided in the Directive Principles of State Policy on the social objectives. And I'm quoting from Clause 6, 36(6). The state shall ensure that contributory schemes are instituted and maintained that will guarantee economic security for self-employed and other citizens of Ghana. So self-employed people can contribute to a pension scheme. And maybe some of these issues are issues of education, that people are not aware of it. And therefore would basically, I know some people who are self-employed who on their own have been paying into SNIT and are now getting close to retirement and are looking forward to taking home a lot of money. But they know that. Not everybody knows that. So sometimes it's the education. And I think a lot of interesting points have been made around the NCC, the lady who made a point about, I think Abigail from the informal sector, who made a point about the NCC and promoting constitutional literacy. That is part of their job. Unfortunately, as we've all mentioned here, the resourcing of a body like the NCC has been historically very, very low, very poor. So apart from their pay, their salary, they're oftentimes not giving anything else. They have offices all over the country, in every district. We work with them sometimes as civil society, but they are very under-resourced. But the things that I think the lady mentioned are extremely important. The civic education, constitutional literacy, and I also like the point she made about using certain legal aid more effectively. And I think it was a very interesting point about the only time people think you can go to legal aid is when you have a problem or you have a criminal problem and you are in court. What if we had legal aid doing other things to help people with the law so that you don't have to find yourself as an accused person before you may have recourse to legal aid, and sometimes even law students. She mentioned how we could use law students in national service. I think that point has been made, proposal has been made before. It may not be a constitutional provision, but there are existing laws. I know that the Attorney General's Department and the Ministry of Justice are currently reviewing the legal education system. There may be a new Legal Education Act coming up, a new Legal Professions Act. Those places are where you can put these ideas so that maybe as part of pupillage, doing pupillage, people who are law students may be assigned to help with legal literacy or to help with legal aid. And those are ideas that I think can work. So let's look broadly, not just at the Constitution, but at other ways to do this. And Antioquia Asantua, yes, I think your point about the EC chairs and the deputies, clearly a lot of people have said the same thing. Nobody likes the way these things are currently done. where the president, when there's a vacancy, the president just single-handedly appoints without needing to consult anybody. And it's creating trust problems with our electoral commission. That is why every time there's an election, there is always this apprehension whether there's going to be violence and are people going to trust the EC? And then every government comes and they want to change it. It is not good for our democracy to be going through that cycle. So not just the Chief Justice issue, but the EC, NCC, all the independent bodies, Auditor General, a lot of people have come up with proposals to secure the appointment by making sure that they are more transparent. The president doesn't just pick anybody that they like, and reducing the president's powers of appointment in that area. You've also mentioned appointments of security service. A number of people have mentioned that. It's a bit more sensitive than the Electoral Commission and the Auditor General. There are certain positions that are purely government positions, like a minister. Nobody has any problem with a president appointing anybody as their minister. That is government. Parties compete to win power so that they can run a government. So if you come and bring your own people, that's fine. There are certain jobs that belong to the state. The ones that we have mentioned. EC, that is not government. Those ones, you can say, let's keep the president as far away from those ones as possible, or let's control the process. There's a third category that's like a hybrid. It's part government, part state, because every government wants to be able to have, for example, the president. Let me give a very clear example. Cocoa Marketing Board, or it's called Cocoa Board. In my days, it was called Cocoa Marketing Board. So Cocoa Board is a huge part of the economy. A lot of money passes through Cocoa Board, and how you run Cocoa Board and who runs Cocoa Board can have huge repercussions or consequences on the whole economy. And the person we are going to hold accountable if the economy goes bad is the president. So it may be understandable that the president would want to have somebody at Cocoa Board, but the problem is currently there is no process. A president just picks anybody. Because it is also a sensitive job, we are all concerned, because when the economy doesn't go well, it affects all of us, not just the government. So this is an area where there is an interest on the part of government to find the right person, but the population, the state also has an interest to get the right person. So can we find a process that balances that, where maybe you do an ad, people apply, interviews done, and then maybe the short list of 3 people, the president picks one. So that there's a way in which some of these things can be done. So some of these jobs, you have to look at the function that that person is performing. So it's not as easy as saying that because the president has too much powers appointment, let's take every appointment power away from the president. The president, law and order is very critical to the state, has something to do with national security and all of those things. So we have received proposals about the career progression. Certainly going to pick somebody from outside who has never been a policeman may be difficult, right? But at the time they get to the top, how is the process going to look like? Those are the kinds of questions that we are looking at to find the appropriate balance and the appropriate solution to the problem. Mr. Osai of Fair had a very interesting. So among the issues we are confronted with the election of MMDCs is once we elect MMDCs, what happens, and you mentioned it right away, there are certain central government public service agencies that are decentralized or deconcentrated to the local level. Who controls who? When you are an MMDC or MCE or DCE, to whom would the local government service staff report? It's an important question. Who controls the district director of education? on educational matters. Already we are saying that we should allow the MDAs to help with the enforcement of the compulsory fee-free education system at the local level. So there will be a need to define the relationship between the MMDCE and the civil servants and public servants who have been sent down to the district. That's a very important question. That is not resolved by just electing a person. So these are some of the challenges that we have to work through. And maybe what we do is that we do what we can and allow that process to unfold by giving it to some other body to work out those things. But these are very critical questions. I think I'm glad that we are getting these kinds of proposals. So the idea that 240D says that as much as practicable, we must get the local authority to be in charge of these things. And yet, and you say, well, it just says as much as practicable. But then when you go to 243B, it says you are responsible. So we should make sure that we harmonize those two provisions. And I think it's an important enough point for us to look at. As for the issue of the maturity of the Ghanaian at this point, that was the same argument used in the colonial period. Do you know that we are one of the few countries that still, since the colonial period, have never elected our own DC? We used to call it DC, District Commissioner, from Nkrumah's days. Because the colonial governor used to choose, and then when we got independence, it's always been chosen from Accra. And one of the arguments is that, oh, those natives down there, they are not mature for that. I think it is difficult to agree with that proposition. I mean, even I think former President Kufuor said recently that, look, Ghanaians are very mature voters. I think Ghanaians are very mature politically. You know, and if by maturity, we can make some of those kinds of distinctions, you know. So I was once in Koforidua, I think in this same room, when in 2019, there was going to be a referendum to elect MMDCs, and the NPP and NDC couldn't agree on party or no party, so that we cancelled it. Now, we met here to have a focus group discussion, and the one question was, why is it that you want to elect MMDCs, but you don't want parties to be involved, when we all know that the parties are already involved? And the answer that I got was very interesting. It says, well, we know who is MPP, who is NDC during assembly elections. But because the parties are not allowed to come here openly, there are no rallies, there are no billboards, money is not involved, it's low-key, not violent, everything, we like that. That is enough for us. So even though they know, there is still a benefit. They agreed that there's still a benefit in keeping the parties out. And I had never thought about it that way. You know, but and that was a meeting here with chiefs, youth groups. It was a very interesting discussion, which I found extremely enlightening because, you know, look, Ghanaians are mature politically. They understand these things. You know, so I think we are at a point now where every survey that I have seen tells us the majority of Ghanaians want to elect their MMDCs by about 80%. The question is party or no party. And on that one, a small majority don't want parties. That is the survey data that we have, you know, and this is not from the committee, before the committee came. So these are some of the things that we have to work through. It doesn't mean that it's going to be no party by all means, because others have raised questions. So for example, in Accra, the Ga-Dangme Council came to us and said, look, if you elect MMDCs in Accra without parties, the demographic composition, the ethnic composition of Accra has changed so much that the Gas themselves may be a minority. So if you just let individuals get up and contest, first of all, you are going to get so many people, I don't even know how you're going to control the number. You can get for every district about 50 people standing. How do we bring down the number? And of the number standing, you may not elect a Ga. So they say, well, if you did it by parties, the parties have a way of at least bringing up maybe local sensitivities and bringing up a candidate. So you see, that changes the conversation a bit, right? So these are the kinds of issues that are coming up. It's not a very straightforward issue to say elect and don't elect, party or no party. There are nuances that we have to deal with because, again, we don't want to create more problems in our attempt to solve a problem. We don't want to, for example, social cohesion is important to us as a country. You don't want to create a situation where some people feel totally disenfranchised and they are going to not go along with the system. So that's something that we should consider. The issue about assemblymen's welfare, again, there's not all change is not free, You may get positive change, but at a cost. Because among the arguments people are making is that once we elect MMDCs and the local community in charge of, should we then be paying them also from Accra? There are suggestions, for example, that maybe just as we do with the presiding, because the presiding officer currently under the Constitution is, people are also saying, well, if you are mature enough to elect your mayor, you must pay the mayor from your own resources so that the recurrent expenditure of the district will be used to take care of the people they choose. Then the money from Accra, and I'm not talking about District Assembly Common Fund, but the capital expenditure part can come from Accra to do the capital projects. But the district must be encouraged to raise its own IGF. That would mean that some districts may have to amalgamate, may have to consolidate so that they get a big enough economy. The economy in many of the districts, some don't even have markets. What is the point of giving a district electing 261 mayors when in some of these places they don't even have market tolls, cannot even buy anything in the district? Is it realistic? Should we go to a smaller number? Kenya is a much larger country. They have 47, 48 counties. That's how they call them. They have just 2 layers of government. Central government, 47 counties. And they elect their governor. It's not federal, but they elect a governor, they elect assembly like we do. But it's only 48. We have 261. We don't have limits to anything. It's not just the Supreme Court. Ministers, Parliament, no limits to anything. We just keep growing. So that is a problem that we have to confront. So I think, those of you who want to send written submissions, that's the reason why I think you should really think through some of these questions and how you might help us to resolve them. The Nagrad person said there are a lot of provisions on education in the Constitution, actually. So Article 25 in the Fundamental Rights is entirely on education. Then there's Article 38 in the Dietary Principles of State Policy. It's also entirely on education. So please take a good look at it. Maybe we can do it better. We can tighten the language. We can make it more specific. We can improve it. But there is indeed a provision there that takes care of the education issue. A lot of people don't like Article 71 or the emoluments gratuity issue. So that's already come before us. This is Assembly Common Fund. Absolutely, many proposals have been raised around the money, some of the money not coming, being spent already in Accra before it gets to the local assembly. So people want us to ring fence that money. If you are entitled to X percentage, that's how much it must come. To you, it must come in particular installments. Maybe there must be particular provisions around the disbursement. We've had complaints from assemblies that sometimes the money is spent in Accra before it comes to the district. Somebody else makes a decision in Accra, this is how much money we are going to spend. So those things have come to us. The empaneling of the Supreme Court, yes, there are a lot of proposals on reforming not just how we choose the Chief Justice and some of the justices, but the cap on the Supreme Court. We are one of the few countries without a cap on the Supreme Court. So if you don't have a cap, it will keep growing. Like I said, Kenya is much bigger than us. they have 7 justices of the Supreme Court. We don't have. So we are now getting close to 20-something. So if you don't have a cap, every person would want to add the number. The size of the cabinet, somebody mentioned, in 79, our own 79 constitution, the maximum number of ministers, including cabinet ministers, was 30. We've done that before. So in our own 79 constitution, the Third Republic, there was a cap on the size of the cabinet and all ministers, no more than 30. Currently, we don't have a cap on the number of ministers. So it has gotten to 100 before, And I remember that one time I was in Addis Ababa and one of my friends, a student, former student who was then the Attorney General, and I met him for dinner. He says, Kwesi, I hear that your country, your ministers are about 100. I said, yeah. And I thought you were important. You're not one of them. Even at 100. And there are countries, much, much bigger countries being run with, 24 ministers, 40 ministers. Here, even if you say 60, it's small. Which is not small. It's a large number, but we don't have a limit, so you can do whatever you like. So I think we are getting some very useful proposals, and I just want to say that to emphasize that, like my secretary said, everywhere where we have gone to, we've come out with very new ideas, very new insights, and this is no exception. I mean, we've really, this idea about essential workers came up in Tamale, where, again, with respect to health workers, the concern was that the security services are put in a different category so they can't go on strike. And that, in fact, as far as they are concerned, health workers, it's not in the Constitution, right? It may be in the statutes of the various services that you cannot go on strike if you are police or military, and there's a reason why. But there's been this argument that we must extend that to the health services. Like I've already said, where we cannot put something in the Constitution, we can still recommend that the government should take a look at this proposal and find the appropriate place to put it. Right. I think I think I have, let me see. The issues, the interfaith problems have come up in terms of people who go to school. There is, okay. The Council of State as a second chamber. Yes, I mean, the second chamber idea is essentially that we need a second House of Parliament, that we should convert the Council of State to a second House of Parliament so that they will look over what Parliament does. That is one proposal. The other proposal is a blend, that you let the Council of State continue to do what they do, but add on other functions, like when certain laws are passed, amendments are made, or certain contracts are signed, they should look it over, and it's Parliament, not just President. So the argument is that if it's a Council of State, then it should not just be like a council for the President, but it should do more state work, state functions, like advising Parliament, looking over certain things that Parliament has already done, and saying that, no, we think that this should be done this way. The composition, almost everybody wants it to change, so that the people who are on it, who are appointed by the President, the number will go down considerably. So there are more people on it who are not appointed by the President than there are. So those are some of the provisions that we have received. No, this is not going to be about quantity over quality, right? So it's not, what we are supposed to do is not a survey. We are not having a survey to see how popular an idea is. So like the Secretary said, we are looking at the merit of the idea. That's why we ask you to give us the explanation, the logic. Why are you saying something? Because in our report, we must give a reason for why we propose certain things. So it's not about the idea that is most popular. It is the idea that we think will solve a problem in governance. It is the idea that we think will create the least problem going forward. We want to solve some problems without creating new ones. So it is really the weight, the merit of the idea, the quality of the idea, not the quantity. It's not about that. So you can be assured that we are not doing a popularity contest and trying to find who has the most popular ideas and who doesn't. Our United One Ghana friends have been with us from the beginning. They've been participating in most of our activities, so we know what they think about proportional representation. They are not alone. That is, in fact, in Accra, before we started going out in the regions, that was one very popular idea that we were surprised to hear, even among the political elites. They actually, some of them like proportional representation. They think that the current system does not sufficiently represent the diversity, certain groups, youth, women, so they want proportional representation. It may be a bit more complex, but what that does is it gives us an opportunity to represent a vast a wide diversity of groups and interests and parties in government, so that you have more like a coalition government than winner takes all one party system. So that's one of the proposals we have received, and it would surprise you that some of the proposals have come from not just the youth, but have come from many of the very seasoned politicians who have practiced this constitution. So I think that appears to be, I hope that I haven't completely glossed over anybody's anybody's point, but as far as I'm concerned, this is a very, the agriculture man, you said something about price uniformity. One of the problems is that we still don't use weights and measures. If you go to just Cote d'Ivoire here, when you go to a store to buy a tuber of yam, the market woman doesn't just look at it and say, "Oh, where they are they wait." Right? You have standard weights and measures, even in the ordinary markets. When you don't have that system and everything is olonka and stuff like that, it's difficult. So we are a bit behind on the technology in these matters. It is helpful. In some places, your door is broken. You just go to the next store and you pick a door, it will fit. Here, the carpenter has to come and do pay for you. There is no standardizing. So some of these are not constitutional problems, right? It's policy, it's things that we haven't been doing as a country, to bring more technology, more standardization in the way we do things. And those are some of the things that should go into sometimes not even an act, an LI, or even a policy document, right? So it's not everything that we can reflect here, but we will do our best to carry your views across. And I think I like the last person, the last comment is from this person who said, "How can we help you?" That's a very important question. Constitutional review is not a technical exercise. It's not a lawyer's exercise. It's a political exercise. Under the Constitution is broken up into two parts. In order to change one part called non-entrenched provisions or clauses, those proposals must go to Parliament, and Parliament can change them with 2/3 majority. Those are the non-entrenched clauses. And there are many things that are non-entrenched. The things we are talking about public services, how you choose CEO, some of the district assembly things, a lot of them are non-entrenched. Some of the other ones are entrenched. That one, you have to go to a referendum of all the people. At that referendum, at least 40% of voters must show up to vote. And of those voting, they must vote yes by 75% to approve the proposal. So what I'm telling you is that eventually these proposals will have to go through a political process. So when we submit our report, it is then your duty, the public, as civil society, to begin to look at what the report contains, and if you like it, to mobilize and start agitating for the reforms that are being proposed. We would have done our job as a technical team, but then the real work then begins. It is for you to then say, we want this proposal, we want that, because Parliament is where it would go. And if you leave it to the politicians, because some of the changes you want to make, it will affect their own interest. And that is the constitution we have. In some other countries, you can bypass them. Here, you cannot. So they are still the gatekeepers of the changes we are trying to make. And among the proposals we have received is to create a third path where in future, maybe we don't have to go through the same people we want to squeeze more in order to make the changes we want. Some countries have that citizens initiative where you can do constitutional review without waiting for a president or for Parliament to start it. But eventually, it has to go to Parliament. So that's how you can help us. You can help us at that stage by mobilizing, by speaking up, by saying this is what we want, we don't want that, we want this one. Because without that, this exercise may not see the light of day. And the last point to conclude is, why is this different from 2011? In a way, it's not, the 2011 process was extremely helpful. We have a report about 1,000 pages. Very good report. But cast your mind back to 2011. Things have changed. The referendum we tried to do in 2019, that failed. It was just one issue we wanted to change, election of MMDCs, and the two parties couldn't agree. And because they couldn't agree, neither one of them had the number to even push the idea in Parliament. Right? Now, the process is more inclusive. Like I said, we've met all the, both sides in terms of their leadership. Kufuor, Mahama, Kufuado, Bawumia, we've met all of them. They're all interested in this process. We are going to meet at the appropriate time. There are representatives in Parliament, majority side, minority side. They are interested. This is a rare opportunity to move forward. Maybe because the other side thinks, but one side has to test. If we don't participate, they will go without us. However they are thinking, this is an opportunity that we have never had before. So I think 2011, it would have been difficult to get the change that was in that document. The parties were not talking to each other at all. They were not really cooperating too much. The NPP didn't even participate seriously in the 2011 process. Now, there's interest, right? So I think that we should seize this opportunity, and also a new generation of young people have come up, the social media generation, who were not there in 2011. You have been more vocal in this process. We even have had an X-Space engagement with the youth. A number of things have changed. We've had a hung parliament. People have seen how the constitution can sometimes create problems. We've had a hung parliament. We've gone bankrupt as a sovereign. We've done haircut. All those things didn't happen in 2011. We had never experienced that before. We've had 2 election petitions. Never happened before at 2011. So a number of things have changed. And Ghanaians are beginning to rethink how this place is governed. So I think you shouldn't say that because we've done this before and nothing came of it, that this is the same. It's not because we are special. I think it's because the environment has changed. The context has changed. So I think you should seize this opportunity, but keep engaging the process. Be mobilized after the report. If you leave it at the report, we can't guarantee anything. Right? So that's what I'll tell you. I'll leave it. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Omanhim, for making the time. Thank you, Regional Minister in absentia. Thank you to all the clergy, the our pastors, our imams, our heads of security services and personnel, CSOs, young and old people, retirees and non-retirees. We will leave Koforidua with a lot of good notes. My book is almost full, but we are also recording it. This is also being live streamed, so this is live. It's being live streamed, as all the things we've done have been live streamed, so that there will be enough transparency. We have audio records and video records of this session, so it's not just the notes. If we miss something, we can go back and check what was said, what the debate was about, and we will try as much as possible to reflect that in our report. Thank you very much.
Have difficulty thinking about how to share. Now, the other thing is that is so important to us is the fact that all the powers from the chieftaincy institution has been stripped off. It's not just about our lands that are being taken, and it's because we are barren, basically. If that institution is re-empowered to an extent, a lot of the problems that the country faces, because we've done it before. This is not new. All that we're talking about is 50 years old. And before that, our environments were clean. Our waters were clean. There weren't too many court cases involving chiefs. See? So people sit and talk about chieftaincy disputes, forgetting that most of the problems is not even the chieftaincy institution. It is the judiciary and it is the legal system. See? So what we are saying is we can put a cap as to how long a chieftaincy litigation can last, for example. But there are entrenched positions, judges, who look after their kids with our cases. Lawyers who get upset when their cases are resolved. So it's not about the institution per se, because when the institution acted and worked, there weren't as much litigation. So look into all this and keep that a tap on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana. Wopɛ sɛ wokyerɛ w'adwen fa biribi ho a fa deɛ wopɛ sɛ woka nyinaa wo submissions nyinaa fa kɔ constitutionreview.gh.org submission submissions at constitutionreview.gh.org fa ne nyinaa kɔ hɔ ɔmbɛtie wɔ so pɛm kama yɛda mpanimfoɔ ase yɛda mo nyinaa ase ɛm sɛ ɛbere no ayɛ be nyame hyira obiara sɛ ɔbaeɛ yɛhyɛ aseɛ yɛde christian prayer ne hyɛ aseɛ nti yɛawie na yɛnnua no mozirami assalamu alaikum atabi mo so mobɛyɛ ne saa de ama yɛn nti closing prayer by Alhaji SS.
That's Sons of Blessing. We might commit ourselves in the hands of the Lord. When you point there was a sage me dey obeying him amanya bibia jojo
Niene say, yes, say, your mature wahanina, on Yakobama are dream, no more fine juma. Because Ghanaians, we are good at issues, but the implementation on a higher. This you commit ourselves into hand of. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Rahman ar-Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. Sirata allazina an'amta alayhim. غير المغضوب عليه ولا الضالين. Amen.
Mesre